Hello? Is that working? I don't know. We're off to a cracking start. For some reason, this decided to mute itself, and for some reason, it's coming out as this, even though I definitely picked this as the what the stream should be. Oh, you can hear me. Well, like I say, we're just setting up for the minute, so we'll get started in about 7 or 8 minutes. For some reason, I can't hear myself. It's like I don't know what was going on. This was unmuted, and then for some reason when I started streaming, changed it back to being muted, um, and I don't know why, but for some reason, it's set it up as a. Oh, hang on! I just realised a good way of testing this. Okay, I can hear myself on my phone. Can't hear myself on my laptop for some reason, so there's no point in keeping these in. Yeah, for some reason this says test live stream 4 screen capture test, when what it really should say is Halo Jumping Anniversary Ultimate Jumpers tier list with this lovely picture. Oops, I don't know what that did. That's unfortunate. Oh, you know what? Actually, okay. Well, maybe after we've finished the stream. This is, yeah, ignore what that says, Booker. That shouldn't say that. It should actually say, it should not say test live stream number 4. What it should actually say is Halo Jumping Anniversary Ultimate Jumpers tier list. With this lovely picture provided by Sane, but you guys can't really see it. And then all of this description. Oh, maybe if I quickly copy and paste all this, can I quickly copy and paste all this into our current live stream, and then maybe you guys can see it, possibly. Shit. What did it say? Halo Jumping Anniversary. Halo Jumping Anniversary Ultimate Jumpers tier list. And as much as I like this logo for this thumbnail, I wonder who provided that, Elite. We're going to change it. Ignore these pictures. We'll come to all that shortly. You know what? Let's use this new one because Sane provided this lovely new one for us. Halo Jumping Celebration. Okay, so I'm hoping this won't cock up the stream because I'm changing the details and the description of it. We're about to find out if it's going to break. It's frozen. That's not a good sign. That's not a good sign. If it cocks up, please put something in the stream. If you guys can't see it anymore, we're going to close that. So we're live right now, not with test stream number 4. Instead, it should now say Halo Jumping Anniversary. So if you guys reloaded your page, not that I'm saying reload the stream if you don't want to, but if you did reload the stream, it should now say Halo Jumping Anniversary, and it should not say test live stream number 4. And sure enough, Halo Jumping Anniversary, yep. And there's all the information. Perfect. Okay. So we still got 4 minutes. Hello. I hope a few more people show up. I hope everyone's just loading their reloading their stream because right now there's not many people here. Haircut boy is doing a confused. Thanks, Elite. Who's on Xbox that's not contributing right now to this stream? I assume you guys can see me all right. If at any point I accidentally, something goes wrong, or if the audio cocks up, or if it gets all crackly or something, you know, something goes wrong with the stream and it starts lagging or something, please let me know in the chat and I will try and do what I can to fix it. But I assume everything's working right now. Wow, nobody's on Xbox right now. Is there nobody I can moan at to come and watch this? Even Snaz isn't on Xbox. Oh, then that's probably because I'm... Is this better? Even Snaz isn't on Xbox. Well, it is a shame there aren't more people here, but maybe we'll get some more as we go on. And besides, the video will get linked back into the Discord and everything. And then and it actually says Halo jumping on it, so maybe that will attract some more viewers after the stream's over. So like tomorrow, next week, next year, whatever. Oh, am I still really short? Am I still really low? I need to account for the delay on the stream to actually tell how low I am. Find a cushion. I have got a... No, you know what? This is as much... You don't need to see... You can see my face. You don't need to see, like, below the shoulders. It's fine. You know what? Maybe I will just tilt the camera ever so slightly down a little bit. Find a cushion. It's fine. You can see me. I'm just trying not to reveal too much of my room because it's full of shit, and like there's stuff over here over my left shoulder that's just a pile of shit. Okay, we're at past, so we might as well start. Yeah. Okay. Right. So this is whoever it was that said it in the live chat. Mickey. Yeah, we're here because this Tuesday, so 3 days from now, will be the 16th year anniversary of Halo jumping. With the first episode of Spartan Warrior coming out November 7th, 2007. And so as a fun little idea, I'm kind of just reading from what I put in the Discord here. This is my script. I bet you have a crate full of empty crisp packets. Oh wow, you massively overestimate the shit that is my room, Elite. Anyway, yeah. So I came up with this idea. Probably June last year was the initial concept. Because I knew, obviously, in 2022, it was the 15-year anniversary of Halo jumping, obviously a big milestone. And I came up with this idea, for anyone, obviously, that's looked in the Discord, of people of coming up with some kind of fun little ranking idea or ranking list video that we could do. Just as a bit of fun to... just basically be a way to celebrate Halo jumping. Came up with the list picked all the people on it, or to be in it, and eventually came to a ultimate 100 competitors tier list idea. Because shock horror, in 16 years of halo jumping, there has been 100 significant jumpers, which was certainly not the case like 3 years in to halo jumping, because about 3 years into halo jumping there was about 10 significant people, and then the rest were just cannon fodder that failed the first obstacle on Spartan Warrior. So so I came up with this idea June last year, put together the list, picked the 100 names, and just was going to do the idea of, on November last year, doing this tier list video. Unfortunately, I hadn't got all my streaming stuff set up yet, and then the deadline, and then the anniversary passed, and I thought, well, there's not much point in doing it if we've passed the anniversary, because I wasn't ready and I wasn't prepared. So instead, I put it on the back burner to do it this year to celebrate 16 years. So with that in mind, I have created, here in the tier list website, Halo Jumping Ultimate Competitors tier. Well, I don't think it's meant to say that on the end. What I wrote was this: Halo Jumping Ultimate Competitor. Maybe I did write tier list, actually. I definitely didn't write maker on the end. What the hell's... No. It was, Halo Jumping Ultimate Competitors. I think that's all I wrote. I don't think I put tier list on the end. And the way this is going to work is we've got 100 names, 100 competitors throughout the entire history of Halo Jumping. 15 years worth of Halo Jumping. We'll come on to that shortly. We're going to go through them one by one in this little fun video. I'm going to put them in the tier that I think they should be in. We are... Okay, yeah, I was just making sure we're at the right zoom. We're 100% in. We're not too zoomed out. We're going to go through them one by one. I'm going to put them into their respective tiers, and then once we've done all 100 names, I'm then going to go through each tier and then choose who should be where in the order of that tier. So the best guys will be at the top of a tier, all the way down to the bottom. And then once we've done all that as well, we will have our ultimate 1 to 100 run order, basically in Halo Jumping. Just a few other things about how this is going to work. Obviously, I'm doing all this, so you guys can obviously put your opinions in the live chat. Please do. Otherwise, it'd be pretty dead in the live chat. But of course, take it with a pinch of salt. It is just my opinion. It can mean as little or as much as you want it to. So if Elite ends up in S tier, he'll probably say I'm the greatest person of all time. If I put him in D tier, he's going to say, oh, it's just Hunter's opinion. He sucks. He's a poop head. It's just my opinion. After the stream's over, I'll put a link to this tier list in the Discord, so you guys can do your own version of the tier list and then maybe put it, screenshot it into the Discord, possibly. The way I'm going to be judging this is going to be on overall results. So, your personal bests, your best performances on whatever course your best performance came on, how you did on all the other courses as well. Few things I will have to take into account: the people that run a course and the people that have been here for a long time and have had significant involvement in Halo Jumping through support, obviously competing for a long time. But results will play a big part in this. As I say, every course is being accounted for here, so it's not just the big three of mine, Smokey's, Rogs. We've got those three, Abs, Spartan Warrior, all of the new courses that started in the last 4 years, including the courses like Sonic and Booker's that aren't going on, that don't exist now, but they're still being included because they're modern. They have played a role in Halo Jumping, and certainly deserve recognition for the results they produced. Um, Obviously, courses from the older games, it's kind of difficult for me to judge on. Like, I don't know, Kenny's course, for example, because I can't really remember a lot of what happened in Kenny's courses. So, if I can remember a result that's related to the specific competitor we're ranking, then I will. But it's going to be based on the courses that we all know about, basically. Plus Spartan Warrior, which I imagine some members of the community probably don't know a lot about. Only results have been taken into account up to the end of Halo 5. So you guys will know that MMO, Eternal Flame, a lot of other jumpers from Infinite are not going to be on this list because I've only done it up to the end of Halo 5. Partly because I was lazy and I didn't update this list 1 year later to take into account all the new competitors, and also because it's just easier to judge it up to the end of Halo 5 because everything related to Halo 5 has been released except for Ninja Warrior of Halo. And since it's my course, I obviously know how people did in the tournaments that haven't come out yet. Like Tournament 22 is still ongoing. There's one episode left. There's 11 people still on to stage 2. I know how all 11 of those guys did, so I can take into account their results in Tournament 22, and I can take into account everyone's results from Tournament 23 when judging this. Whereas if we included Halo Infinite, we'd then have the messy situation of some courses have been released, other courses have finished but haven't been uploaded yet, other courses are ongoing right now, but we can't take into account those results. It's just easier to do it from Halo 3, Birth of Halo jumping, to end of Halo 5. I think it's just easier to do it that way. And then the last thing... Well, no, sorry, two more things. Second to last thing. This isn't necessarily the best 100 competitors of all time. There is a variety of competitors in here. So there's people that... I'm just going to say it straight. They're crap. They're rubbish competitors, but they did have a role in Halo jumping history. Because I wanted everyone to be represented. I think this isn't a 100 best competitors ever. This is probably the 100 most impactful, influential competitors of all time. In my opinion, obviously, because I picked the 100 names. So some people might have... I imagine there's not going to be many differences, but I imagine some people will say, oh, maybe you could have included this guy. Maybe you could have... You know. But I think the 100 names I've picked is pretty fair. I don't think there's anyone that's been missed out that's not on this list that maybe should be. And of course, the other great thing is with me doing this is if there's a competitor that we're coming up to or that we start with, and it's like, who the heck's this guy? Well, that's probably the reason why I'm doing this, is because I have an encyclopedic brain for remembering this stuff. So if you don't know who they are, and I do, that's probably the reason. That's kind of the reason why I'm doing this. Is because I can tell you, oh yeah, well this guy did this, this, and this. On this course, their impact in Halo jumping is because of this, blah blah blah, and yeah, I think that covers it. The one last thing is because this is going to be a long stream. I've tried to use funny pictures to represent some of these guys. So if you guys in the chat, when we get to when we get to a picture or the next picture, think you can guess who this is, please do, because I've tried to make this as entertaining as possible with some of these pictures that I've used. Because, like I say, this is a long stream and I don't want people to get bored. There's some pictures where I've had to use just their Spartan, because I couldn't find any funny pictures to represent them. So some of them have got actual Halo Spartans, but a lot of them are jokey pictures. Where's the live chat? Yeah, I'm just quickly having a look at the live chat. Yes, Tricky, I am on here, but I can assure you, I did not judge myself. It was basically put into an Xbox party, and they basically decided where I ended up. They decided which tier I ended up in. They didn't decide where in that specific tier I will end up. That one is up to me, but I will be fair and impartial on judging myself. Number one, you are a poop head. Number two, the fact I'm even on this list is surprising. Hi, Rog. Yeah, so I think that covers everything. I'm well prepared. I've got my phone, obviously, to keep track of you guys in the live chat. If you guys say, oh, you should put this guy here, or, oh, is this picture meant to be this guy? Oh, that's funny, Hunter. Yeah. I've also got, in case I stupidly forget who is being represented by this picture, like I get to a picture and it's like, who's this? I've got my lovely little book here, which is got all of the names in alphabetical order. With this list is this 100 competitors is in alphabetical order, by the way. So yeah, and you know what? You're going to see them now anyway. Here's the 100 pictures. So this is the 100 competitors. As I say, a lot of these are joke pictures. Some of them I had to use Spartans. Unfortunately, tier list kind of, because you have to fit these into a square little box, some of these pictures haven't come through very well. Like, for example, this one that I'm hovering over right now. This is Cam, but you can't tell this is Cam because his Spartan is like chopped in half and his name has also been chopped off. So tier list has kind of screwed up about a dozen, 10 to 12 of these pictures. But as I say, I've got the list here, so I know who each of these individuals are. And we'll go through them. As I say, this was meant to be for comedic purposes. Let's go through, before we start, this is the final thing. Let's go through the tiers, the different ranks. So we'll go from bottom to top. So F, obviously, these are the competitors that, if they're lucky, they've managed to beat an obstacle in their careers. E is the competitors that are regulars, had an influential, they stuck around for a long period of time, but never had any sort of significant success. D tier is competitors that maybe had a little bit of success, maybe did well on stage ones but never finished them. There will be a few competitors in D tier that have cleared a stage one before but just didn't have sort of impactful performances. C tier, competitors that had decent amount of success. They were competitors that maybe failed more times than cleared, but did still clear a few times in their careers. B tier, solid jumpers just says it. Competitors that have been around for a long time or consistent, were reasonably consistent competitors, had some success on some of them only on one course, but others on multiple courses. A tier, long-time competitors that have consistently across their careers been successful on multiple courses. And then S tier is the GOATs, the all-time greats, the legends of halo jumping. When you think of halo jumping, you think of this competitor, and that is S tier. Right, so I said we start at 7:30, and we're 16 minutes in, so let's not waste any more time. Let's get started. Starting with A, or specifically AD. This is, Smokey will appreciate this guy, Adrift 7, 46-47. Halo Ninja Warrior competitor. Only ever competed on Smokey's course, but was around for a while. Had like 8 or 9 appearances on the Halo 4 course on the 360. His crowning achievement that Smokey was very happy with was that he cleared stage 1 on his final appearance in tournament 12, and then failed, I want to say, the salmon ladder. We're going to put Adrift into D tier. I can't, 1 clear in his career, loyal competitor on Smokey's course, but I can't justify putting him higher than D, I would say. Just having a look in the... I'm just having... If I go blank and quiet, it's probably because I'm just reading the live chat quickly to see the latest messages. Surgeons S tier. Surgeons is not in this, unfortunately, Elite. Neither is your racing buddy. What was his name? I've actually forgotten his name. Epic something? What was his name? He was Welsh. Crap, what was his name? I've forgotten what his name was. Epic something, wasn't it? He was rubbish at jumping. He wasn't very great at racing, as I recall, either. I'm really hoping that you see this message sometime. You hear me sometime soon, Elite, so you know who I'm talking about. This delay on the live chat is rough. Dubstep Cupcake, that was it. Yeah, he's not on this list either. Anyway, moving on. One person that is on this list, that is a racer, this kind of flows in quite nicely, is Alex J189, not Sir Alex Ferguson. Alex J189, Halo racer, maybe was a customs game guy with Spiteful in the Halo 4 days as well, I want to say. Seriously underrated guy for his involvement in Halo jumping. Anyone that was around back in the day on Halo 4 will know that Alex was definitely a big part of the group, hanging out with us pretty much every week, when we hung around at the weekends and stuff. In terms of success, not a lot of anything. His personal best on any course, to my knowledge, was he got to the last obstacle on stage 1 of Smokey's Tournament 11, which at the time was an extremely difficult stage 1. Alex is also D tier. He was not a bad competitor. He had a couple of first obstacle fails on courses, but he was generally a solid competitor that always gave his best. Although for a racer, he was incredibly slow on a few of his runs. Yeah. All right, next we have Asians. I hope people enjoyed this pun I came up with, because when I typed into Google Asians, there was obviously a lot of things that came up. Asians, long-time competitor, cleared stage 1 3 times on Smokey's course, I want to say. Cleared stage 1 once on my course. Don't think he ever competed on Rog's course. I think he's largely just been a competitor that might have only ever competed on my course and Smokey's course. Asians, I think he had a few clears, and he's kind of been in and out of the community, but I think I'm going to put Asians in C. Oh yeah, you guys are supposed to be guessing, aren't you? Yeah, well, you can take a punt on some of these, and if you can figure it out, try and maybe you're gonna have to try and guess ahead, because obviously with the delay to the live stream, it might be difficult because I can't hear myself speaking, but I can obviously see you guys in the live chat. I wonder if I can find some way. Oh yeah, he did get to stage 3 once. Oh, you know what, actually, hold on, let me bring up the timer. I can actually, this will help me tell. Let me have a look at the clock. Let me see if I can figure out what the delay is. Yeah, if you guys want to take guesses at some of these pictures, maybe the fastest way to do it, you'll just have to be, when I start talking about this guy, you try and guess what this guy is. When I get to this guy, you start guessing who this guy is. When I get to this guy, you start guessing who this girl is, etc., etc. There's about a 25, 26 second delay on my phone. Yes, Booker, that is Atom Lad, which brings us on quite nicely to him. Atom Lad, the Mr. Octopus of Ninja Warrior of Halo. Competed multiple times. I can't remember off the top of my head how many. But, yeah, I think his personal best was either the second or third obstacle. He didn't have any. No, he was a loyal servant, but he's E tier. Yeah, Atom Lad was a funny guy, but he wasn't a very good competitor. With regrets. That man made it to the warped wall in Halo Ninja Warrior. Did the Atom Lad make it to the warped wall? I don't remember that. I'll have to look that up. But I'm still sticking with my E tier. All right, next we have. In fact, you know what? Can anyone guess this? Let's just pause for a second, see if anyone can guess this. What this picture is. Oh, Booker already got it. Atlantic champ. This is our first. This is our first A of the list. Atlantic. I don't think it's fair to. It's harsh. I don't think it's unfair to say has been a top solid competitor. Started a little bit slow, pretty much on every course, and has now built himself into a super consistent, long-time competitor. Yeah, I think Atlantic deserves to be an A. Anyone reckon they can take a guess at this guy? Ah, thank you, Booker. Atom made it to the turrets once. That might be his. That must easily be his personal best, like ever, on any course. Because I'm pretty sure the best he ever managed on my course was maybe the third obstacle once, and if not, then it was the second obstacle multiple times. Rog has got it. This is Avows, aka Avows the Samurai, because he's a samurai. Avows is a... Yeah, it's in alphabetical order, so that will help with some of these clues. Although some of these guys aren't necessarily in alphabetical order based on their gamer tags. Some of them I've just gone based off of their names. But yeah, getting back on track. Avows, I think Avows is a B. Long-time competitor. Not cleared on my course, but cleared twice on Smokey's course, once on Rog's course, and he's one of those guys that, in my opinion, everyone's always happy. He's always a nice guy. He's always very chill. He never gets into any arguments with anybody, and whenever he does clear, everyone's always really happy for him. He's one of those guys that everyone is always happy when he has success. I remember when he cleared on Rog's course in Tournament 21 or Tournament 20, one of the two. Everyone was really happy when he did it, and then he almost cleared stage 1 again in a tournament after that. Just ran out of time clearing stage 1 on my Tournament 22. Yeah, he's a perfect example of a competitor that, if you keep trying and you don't give up, then success can come your way. Because it certainly happened on Smokey's course. 9 appearances to get a stage 1 clear, and then he finally got it, and then he cleared stage 1 again. This is Beth. This picture is, I believe her name is Beth Tweddle. She's a gymnast, I want to say. This is Beth, aka my wife of Halo jumping. That's a whole joke that some people of the modern age will not understand. But despite being my wife, yeah, sorry, Beth, you're going in F. She, I think, never cleared an obstacle on my course. I think cleared one obstacle once ever on Smokey's course. I think beat the first obstacle at least once, maybe twice on Rog's course. And then on Abs, I don't think she ever got past the first obstacle off the top of my head. Beth, no. Female representation, yes. But, no. Sorry, Beth. Next up, some people probably won't have a clue who this is. But I'll see if you guys can take a guess. Take a punt at it. Had 0.2 seconds left, marking the closest finish on my first stage. Tricky is correct. This is BJM. And I am putting BJM in B. In fact, you know what? I'll put him there. Even though he's only competed twice on jumping courses, ever, both of them on Smokey's course, he got to stage 3 twice on both appearances, and he got to the last obstacle of stage 3 on his debut. And that is still, on Smokey's course, the best ever result that any newcomer has ever had on Smokey's course. And unless some PC gamer comes along and produces the most insane performance of their entire life, I cannot see BJM's record ever being broken. It might seem very, very, very kind to put a guy that's only competed twice in B tier, but when you look at his 2 performances, you just have to think, how well could this guy have done if he regularly competed? If he turned into, like, I don't know who made their debut around Tournament 5. I don't know, Pixel made his debut in Tournament 5. Let's say, imagine if BJM competed as regularly as Pixel did on Smokey's course. Imagine how much success BJM could have had based on his first 2 appearances. I'm putting him in B. This is Call of Duty Black Ops 1, aka this is Black Ops. I love Black Ops. Which me and Elite love Black Ops as well, specifically zombies. But this competitor, he's obviously most well known Stage 4 finalist on Smokey's course alongside myself in Tournament 6. I think Black Ops is a C because that final stage performance is the exception to the rule. It really came out of nowhere. Maybe he had a bit of luck on his side. I'm not going to judge him for that. But the rest of his performances were nothing to shout about. He also made 1 appearance on my course, I believe, failing the warped wall. I could be wrong. It was either the jump hang or the warped wall in my tournament. Or did he compete twice, actually? Maybe he competed twice. He only competed he even competed once, maximum twice on my course. Didn't clear stage 1 in either of them. He got 4 stage 1 clears, I believe, on Smokey's course. The last of which he didn't show up to do his stage 2 run, so he's the only competitor to my knowledge that's ever been disqualified on any course for not showing up for their stage 2 run, which kind of sums up Black Ops' interest in Halo jumping. He was happy to do it. He obviously enjoyed doing it because he was around for a reasonable amount of time on Halo 4. But he didn't care enough, obviously, to become a great competitor. So I think C. If he didn't have that final stage, he'd probably be in D, or maybe the bottom of C. But I'll keep him in C. Somebody said Taco Guy 117. You're forgetting about another very well-known Taco, because he's in this chat. It's Booker Taco. I am going to say this is the first moment where I could get feel embarrassed because somebody that's in the live chat is being judged. I'm going to put Booker in... where do I want to put Booker? I'm going to put Booker in C. Some people might be surprised to know that Booker actually has 11 stage 1 clears in his career. Or is it 10? 10 or 11? 10 or 11 stage 1 clears. I think it's 11 stage 1 clears. The problem that people will probably not know when it comes to Booker is they've all been on the newer courses that that have come into existence. You know, he hasn't cleared on one of the big 3 courses, if that makes sense. But Booker has had some success. Oh, you got to stage 3 and jump 3. I did not know that. Okay, well then that justifies me putting you in C. Yeah, Booker had a lot more success than people give him credit for. Likewise, his course, Tasque, deserves a lot more credit because it was a fun course, even though I only ran it once. I actually really enjoyed it. I think Booker is a C. This is Bradley Freakin. Although it would be kind of funny if Bradley Cooper ever showed up to do a course. Bradley is... I think Bradley's a C as well. He only ever competed on my course once. That was definitely in Tournament 15. He definitely failed the warped wall because I remember he was complaining about the warped wall after he failed. His success was obviously on Smokey's course. Cleared stage 1 5 times, I want to say. Got to stage 3 once in Tournament 15, and then his performances dropped off a cliff after that Tournament 15. He is the perfect example of a competitor that was vibing his way through the course. He definitely had the skill, don't get me wrong. He did show it during his glory days. But when the success stopped happening, somewhere down the line, Bradley just didn't really care about even trying anymore. As evidenced in his Tournament 20 fail, when he decided to shoot the ball for the rolling escargot. I'd say Bradley is somewhere around the top of C. He could maybe get into B, but I'm going to put him in C. I'm not going to lie to you guys. This is Bubba, and I can't remember why I picked this picture for him. I typed Bubba into Google, and this picture came up. It's somebody from a TV show or a movie or something, but I don't know what character or what movie or what TV show this is from. But either way, this is Bubba. And I'm also going to put Bubba in D tier. 1 stage 1 clear in his entire career. That came on Irish's course. I also forgot to say, this is just a quick point. I didn't say this at the start of the video, but if you hear any loud noises, it's because the fireworks is going off for bonfire night. So sadly, I can't do anything about that. So hopefully it doesn't become too much of a distraction. Oh, it's from Forrest Gump. You see, I'm glad somebody in the chat knows who that was, because I picked it and now I couldn't remember why I picked that picture. So this is Bubba from Forrest Gump. Okay. Bubba, yeah, D tier, long-time competitor now, a lot longer than some people maybe realise. Made his debut on ROG's Tournament 9, I believe it was. And yeah, only got the 1 stage 1 clear, but he's always been a very loyal competitor. If he didn't have that stage 1 clear, he'd either be at the bottom of D, maybe borderline E, but he does have at least a clear to his name on a course. And Bubba's just a generally nice guy whenever I have a chat with him. Yeah. No, not that this is obviously being judged on personalities. Again, obviously this is based on results, but yeah. Just need to scroll up a tiny little bit to get to S, because we have reached our first S tier competitor, because this is Buddy the Elf, aka Buddy Jumps. This is our first S tier. Buddy, one of the few German competitors ever. There is more than one though. And Buddy is just, I mean, he doesn't have the appearances anymore compared to a lot of people on this list. You know, you could probably count very quickly how many appearances he's got across all courses. But yeah, total victory. And when this guy tried, he was an absolute beast. 3 stage 1 clears out of 3 on my course. Never failed stage 1. 2 stage 2 clears out of 3 appearances on my course. Got further and further each time on my course as well, should be said. But obviously hasn't competed since the 360 days. Rog's course, the first ever competitor to get to the final stage, which is obviously a stat that nobody can ever take away from him. And of course the big one, Smokey's course, Grand Champion, the first Grand Champion. He's also got closer. No competitor has got closer to being a 2-time Grand Champion on Smokey's course than Buddy, because he obviously timed out by a fraction of a second in Tournament 12. So yeah, Buddy, S tier. We'll get on to where he'll fall into S tier later, which is maybe where we'll talk about the negatives of Buddy. But yeah, I don't think anyone can dispute Buddy being in S tier. Yeah, well, if he had made the final on my course, he'd have the Triple Crown. Something I came up with, the Triple Crown. So I've already said who this is, but you can't tell because of the crap tier list picture. But this is Cam2602. A friend of mine from school in real life. 6-time competitor on my course. Cleared stage 1. Failed stage 1 in his first 3 appearances. Cleared stage 1 on his second 3 appearances. So obviously cleared stage 1 3 times in a row. Ran out of time on the last obstacle, stage 2, each time. I'm going to put Cam in C tier. But I think I'll put... You know, I shouldn't. I'm not meant to be ranking these immediately. We were going to do it at the end. No, yeah, I'll just leave them there. Yeah, Cam C tier. There's not a lot to say about him. He was a Halo 4 competitor. And then as soon as Halo 4 was over and we moved to the Xbox One, his only appearance on any jumping course after that was a bizarre random appearance in Tournament 16 of Smokey's course, where he got a profile and then failed the very first jump. Yeah, Cam was yeah, he was an alright guy. He was very chill. I chat to him occasionally, once every couple of years. But yeah, he was he's middle of the road. This is Cheese, aka Cheese's Life, aka Daddy Cheese. And I'm putting Cheese... This might be a bit controversial. I'm putting Cheese in D. He does have 6 clears in his career, which is obviously more than Cam. 6 clears, 1 on Rog's course, which I think is probably his most well-known clear. 2 clears on Sonic's course, 1 on Chumpy's course, and 2 on Booker's course, which is something I didn't know until I did my research. Yeah, Cheese, I think, underperformed, in my opinion. I think he was a competitor that could have done a lot more than he actually did. When he did get it right, as we've seen in Tournament 21 and 22 of my course, and we also saw it in Smokey's final Halo 5 tournament when he timed out less than a second from clearing. When Cheese got it right, he could be a contender to clear. The problem was Cheese very rarely delivered and then did end up clearing. Did he get to stage 3 twice? Oh, both. Oh, yeah, I did know that. Both of his stage 1 clears on Smokey's course did result in stage 3s. I just think Cheese, for the competitor he could have been, I just think his whole career has been a massive underperformance. I think he could have done a lot better. He's probably going to end up the top guy in D, and there could be justification to put him in the bottom of C, but I'm gonna stick with top of D. Might seem a bit harsh. It's the first harsh pick I've done, but I think Cheese. Yeah, I'm gonna leave Cheese in D for now. I'm gonna say. This isn't Chris Rock. This is Chris Tucker, isn't it? Chris Tucker from Rush Hour. This is Chris, aka Siren, aka Exhilaration, aka Ecstasy. Any other gamer tags? Let me know in the live chat. Chris is a B. Oh, what's the mouse doing? That was funny. Chris is a B. He's probably actually ahead of both of these guys. Solid competitor when he delivered. There's definitely been I think Chris is probably going to end up near somewhere around the middle or top of B when we get to the end of this. You got to remember that I'm judging all of this based on all of the 100 names in this. So, and compared to some of the guys that are going to end up finishing ahead of him, when Chris delivered, he could deliver solid results. He's obviously got his first stage 1 clear on my course in Tournament 22. We'll see how he does on stage 2. He's cleared stage 1... How many times? 6 times? 6 or 7? 7 times on Smokey's course on Halo 5. Made it to stage 3 times. Never cleared stage 2 on Rog's course, though. Chris has one of these bizarre records where his first stage 1 clear came very early on. It was like Tournament 2 or something, Rog. He got to the last obstacle of stage 2, failed, and that's the best he's ever done on stage 2. No matter when he's got back to stage 2 on Rog's course, he's never managed to get to the last obstacle again. I just think Chris is one of those guys that can definitely... He's solid. In fact, this is the whole purpose of B. I think Chris is a solid jumper, just hasn't been consistent enough to get to that next level of A, I think. But anyone that's in B, it's a positive. There's no detriment or being detrimental to anyone that's in B. I mean, there's no detrimental to anyone that's in C, to be honest, either. But yeah, I'm gonna say Chris is a B. This is Clannish Safe. Unsurprisingly, it was quite difficult to find a picture to do with Clannish or the word safe, unless I just got a picture of a safe, a bank safe or something. This is Clannish. Like Cam, this is another guy that I knew from school. I also knew Clannish's dad because he was one of my teachers, and he also did a run once on my course, which was kind of funny. Clannish is a D. He never had really any... I think his personal best was the 3rd obstacle. I don't know why it's done that. That's weird. I think his personal best was the 3rd obstacle on my course, which he did 2 or 3 times. I think he might have gotten a little bit further than that on Smokey's course. He might have got to the 4th or 5th obstacle once on Smokey's course. But I also know he definitely failed the first obstacle at least once on Smoky Sauce. Clannish was one of those guys that's basically a crapper version of Cam. Never had any success, but was a regular part of the Halo 4 days. There's nothing more to be said. Clannish is a D. This is... In fact, actually, you know what? This is a clever one. Let's see if anyone can figure out who this is. I'll give you a clue. His gamertag begins with the letter C. Oh, did I? Did I give it away? Sorry. Was the clue too much of a clue? That's unfortunate. Yeah, this is Clever Alchemist. This is meant to be a picture of an alchemist, according to Google. If you say so. Alchemist... Some people will know him because he was around at the start of Halo 5. Alchemist is a C, in my opinion. I think he was actually a solid competitor. And I actually kind of miss... I'm disappointed that he didn't stick around in Halo jumping. I just realised I'm running low on power. So I'm going to quickly plug in. Hoping that won't cock up the stream, which it hasn't. Yeah, Clever Alchemist. Cleared stage 1 only once. That was on Rog's course in the very early days. Came within a fraction of a second of clearing stage 1 on my course. But he only competed twice on my course. I want to say he only competed 2 or 3 times on Smokey's course. He was one of those guys that was around at the start of Halo 5 and just didn't stick it out. He was just kind of there for a couple of years and then left. I kind of liked... yeah, he also hosted his own course, which I believe Puma got to the final stage on. That used to be Puma's biggest claim to fame, even though no one knew about Alchemist's course, because obviously this was the days before Discord. Yeah, I liked Alchemist, but he just didn't stick around long enough, and I think if he did, if he stuck at it, he could have been... Well, I can't say he would have been a solid competitor that could have gotten to B, but he certainly could have got higher up here in C. But yeah, he's in C. This is Cobra, not Cobra Kai. Cobra... This is a tough one because I'm having to only take into account up to the end of Halo 5. This might also be a hot take, but I'm putting Cobra at the top of C. He probably could get into B, but if he did get into B, it would be quite near the bottom. I think Cobra is one of those competitors where if we do this list in like 2 or 3 years' time, he's going to be in here, maybe even pushing for up here. Snake the Legend. Oh yeah, shit, I never even mentioned. Hey, Cobra is in here. I never even mentioned Cheese's own course. That's a rip. I forgot to mention Cheese Warrior. Yeah, Cobra. Got a few stage 1s. Obviously hasn't made his debut on my course yet. He is in Tournament 23 though. Got 2 or 3 stage 1 clears on Smokey's course and then got to stage 3 in the final Halo 5 tournament. And then Rog's course... I think Rog's course only has the 1 stage 1 clear on Halo 5, I believe. So yeah, Cobra's best performances came on Smokey's course, but then obviously, if you take into account some of the other courses, he definitely obviously had success on Irish's course, got a first place. Atlantic's course, I think he had some success. This is maybe a little bit controversial. Maybe Cobra could be in B, but I'm going to, for now, stick with my C. But he will be at the top of C, I think. I don't know why the mouse is doing this. It keeps selecting one of these boxes. blockhead. It's bugging me. What team is unique on? I don't know what that joke is. What that's a reference to. I'm not even sure what I... Oh, yeah, you know what? Yeah, that's a good point. If I put him in B, I can't justify putting him really high in B because I was going to put him at the very top of C. Is this the first one where I'm going to cause controversy? I think Cobra is one of those competitors where if we do this list, if we did this list again in like 2 or 3 years' time, he's going to be way higher up the list. But just taking it into account up to the end of Halo 5, I think Cobra... It's too... Because this is the other thing. Cobra only joined us, like, what was it, 2 years ago? So could I justify putting a competitor that... Because this list only takes into account up to the end of 2022. Can I justify putting a guy that's only been around for like a year to 18 months in B already? I don't know. Maybe we'll come back to that. Maybe we'll come back to Cobra when we get to obviously sorting all this. Yeah, we'll come back to that one. This next one is Tricky Cyrus. The only person that I think might get this reference was Rog. And then I discovered that Rog never watched Yu-Gi-Oh! GX before. This is a guy called Cyrus that's in a Yu-Gi-Oh! Show that I watched as a kid. So yeah, this is tricky. But obviously I've gone off of Cyrus. Cyrus is a B. In fact, you know what? He's not just a B. He's the top of B. Obviously, total victory on Flame's course. 3 stage 2 clears on Smokey's course. Multiple stage 2s and stage 3s on Rog's course, I believe. Not cleared stage 1 on my course yet. Oh, if you watched the first 3 episodes of GX Rog, then you would have seen this character. He's like the second main character behind the main character. Tricky Virus. Yeah, look, Tricky, you know, his biggest success is obviously his total victory. And that alone would probably get him into either B or C. But he has had plenty of success on other courses. Not as much as maybe he could have had on some courses. But failed the last jump, I believe, on Rog's course. As I say, got to stage 2 3 times in a row on Smokey's course. I don't think if you've only got a couple of stage 1 clears on Irish's course, I believe, and then Atlantic's course, I've forgotten. You must have had some success on Atlantic's course. I'm putting Cyrus in B, but it's probably going to end up being the very, very top of B. You probably can't read what this says, but this says "Oh Danny Boy," which is a song. Oh Danny Boy. This is a guy called Danny Boy that was the Mr. Hang Glider of Ninja Warrior of Halo, because he always showed up with this game type. You got to the final stage on Atlantic's course. I knew you did have success on Atlantic's course. I just couldn't remember what your personal best was. You got there with Joey, didn't you? That's right. I was there. Oops, I forgot. It was in a tournament when It was in the tournament when Joey got to the final as well, wasn't it? Or was it the tournament when Matt won? I can't remember. Anyway, sorry. Moving on. We've moved on from Tricky. This is Danny Boy, and Danny Boy is in F because he's the Mr. Hang Glider of my course. He sucked. I think he got past the first obstacle 3 times ever. And it was actually 3 tournaments in a row. Best ever performance was when he got to the 3rd obstacle in tournament 16 of my course. No, he's an F. And it's... No, you know what? I'm going to put Beth ahead of him. There's not going to be many Fs, so I can kind of put this in order right now. Yeah, he's an F. Next is Dark Wall. But some people probably won't know him as Dark Wall. They'll probably remember him for his previous gamer tag, which was Car Crazy Scott. Competed 5 times on my course. Personal best, I believe, was the Jumping Spider twice. Competed, I want to say, 6 times on Smokey's course, and I think the personal best he ever got on that was the 5th obstacle. Might have competed on Rog's course. I'm not sure off the top of my head. I'm not sure if he did. But I believe Dark Wall is a D. Never cleared stage 1 on anything, to my knowledge. But yeah, he was just one of those guys that was around for a little bit, was a fan of jumping. Most of these guys on this list got into Halo jumping because they're a fan of Ninja Warrior. And yeah, he was one of those guys. There's not a lot really to say about Dark Wall. God, this is Demi, but I do not want to speak about this individual because Demi is also a D. He's a very loyal competitor. He's been around for about 5 or 6 years now. Consistently competed on a lot of courses. But Demi has very little success of any kind to brag about. Yeah. So I think Demi can go above these two, but Demi's a D. This is... who is this? This is Destiny. I almost said Bradley again. This is definitely not Bradley. This is Destiny's Pro. Only ever competed on my course and Smokey's course. Competed 3 times on my course. I think the best he ever did was get to the 4th obstacle. Smokey's course cleared stage 1 4 times, I want to say. 3-4 times. Got to stage 3 once. Finished tied for 2nd place in Tournament 8. Destiny... I think Destiny's not very high. I think Destiny's probably going to end up being a C. We'll put him about there for now. I'll try and sort these 2 into order, and then everything from here upwards is going to have to get sorted at the end. Maybe we'll start sorting them the further we get into this, because we're only about a quarter of the way through the list right now. If that, we might only be like a 5th of the way through the list. Yeah, Destiny wasn't around for very long. Had a little bit of success. We'll just put him in C. This is X-Dom X. My boy, my man, my good friend. Taking all of that out of account and only accounting for his jumping career, I'm putting Dom in B. As much as I'd love to put him in A, yeah, he's only competed on my course and Smokey's course, an all-star on both courses, but he only has so many results to brag about on either course. And yeah, he's a solid competitor, but I can't justify putting Dom any higher than B, in my opinion. So we'll keep him in B. Yeah. Well, you know what? This one's pretty easy. You guys should be able to figure out who this is, but whilst you are figuring it out, I'll take a sip of water. At this rate, we'll need to take a break and I'll need to go get more water, but... Oh, this will also... Oh, we're also actually a quarter of the way through this now. Oh, well, his first name is very good, Booker. Yes, his first name is Ivan, but his surname is Drago. Ivan Drago, a.k.a. Drago is sick, or Drago is back, whichever you prefer. How bad is it that it took me about 5 years to figure out that Drago probably based his name off of Ivan Drago. I'm not saying it's a direct reference, but it took me about 5 years to put 2 and 2 together, that Drago is sick and Ivan Drago is the same thing. Drago, I mean, all-time great. Yes, I know he hasn't cleared stage 1 for like 9 years, but I mean, like, my course, Smokey's course, Spartan Warrior, any other course that, any other Halo 3 or Halo Reach course that doesn't exist anymore that he competed on. Oh, Kenny's course. Kenny's first ever tournament, he had like 20 people show up. 19 of those 20 failed either the first or second obstacle. Drago was the only one that beat the second obstacle of stage 1, and then he beat stage 1. And then on stage 2, he got to like the second to last obstacle on stage 2. For a long time, Drago was the number 2 on both my course, behind Ree, and then on Smokey's course as well, behind Buddy. Yeah, and Drago was just so naturally gifted on Halo 4. He could put like he was like the Fireball of back in the day. Like, he could put minimum practice in, and then he'd just get to stage 3, which is kind of what Fireball does now. I don't think anyone... is anyone disputing this? Because, no. Yeah, moving on. This is Drew Barrymore, a.k.a. Drew TV. Drew has 3 stage 1 clears in his entire career. 2 of them on Chumpy's course, which Chumpy loves to talk about, and 1 on Booker's course, which probably not many people know about. Drew is probably going to end up in C. Oh no. 3 clears? And apart from those 3 clears, has he got much else to brag about? He got to the last obstacle on Smokey's course once. He's done next to nothing on my course. I don't think he's done much of anything significant on Rog's course either. You know what? No, I've changed my mind. I'm putting Drew in D. He's got 3 stage 1 clears. He's definitely below Cheese. I just think, the more I think about it, the more actually Drew hasn't really done all that much. Oh, did he get to stage 3 on your course? Okay, that's interesting. Well, even then, even taking that into account, we also know Cheese got to stage 3 twice on Sonic's course, so 2 beats 1. So Drew's probably still going to end up below Cheese. So I'm going to leave Drew in D, because he really hasn't done a lot of anything on most courses, and he has a couple of successful moments, but the lack of success, I think, outweighs the success. In hindsight, for this picture, I should have used like something representing the Deep South instead of using a duster cleaner. But this is Duster, aka Duster Buster, classic competitor from back in the day. Did we discuss that earlier? Did Cheese get to stage... I can't remember. Maybe we discussed that. I can't remember. I thought we only said Cheese got to stage 3 on Sonic's course. I can't remember. Maybe... I can't remember if you said if you got to stage 3 on your... You might have said, and I just forgot for a second then. That's a duster cleaner, apparently. This is Duster Buster. Yeah. Long-time competitor back in the day. One of the real fans and supporters of Halo jumping back in the day. And he was one of those fanboys that was really helping push to get, to be a regular in Halo jumping, for Halo jumping to get bigger. Because, of course, Halo jumping wasn't much of anything on Halo Reach after Spartan Warrior got cancelled. Duster was one of those loyal supporters. The one, the likes of Dom, Irish, Duster, Red Apparition, people like that. And, of course, he was incredibly funny because, as Rogs just pointed out, he had his infamous catchphrase, I beat Drago. He's the most deep south competitor I've ever known. And in the 8 years since I last saw him or spoke to him, almost 9 years actually, there still hasn't been a single competitor that's as southern as Duster is. Duster holds the record for being the most southern jumper I've ever known. And I hope that's not disrespectful. I'm going to put Duster in C. Even though, again, he doesn't have that much success, there was obviously only so many courses he could compete on back in Halo Reach and Halo 4. Cleared stage 1 on Smokey's course in, I think, Tournament 2 and almost got to stage 3. He was one of only 3 competitors that competed in all of the first 6 tournaments of Smokey's course. Competed, I think, 11 times in a row. I think he had 13 appearances overall, but he competed 11 times in a row on my course. Cleared stage 3. He's cleared stage 1 3 times. Got to stage 3 once. Came in 2nd place. He was definitely an underperformer, but in terms of his overall performances, but he was incredibly loyal and he always gave his all in every single run he ever did on my course or Smokey's course. He was also in Spartan Warrior as well. Oh, well, when I say southern, I mean like American. Like deep south American. I don't mean like southern as in the world. Yeah. Elite, pay attention, because this is your turn. Mr. Elite MKB. This picture's actually come out quite nice. Elite MKB. You know what? Yeah. If Dom went in B, then I think Elite has to go in B as well. Even though this might surprise him to be this high. One stage 1 clear on Smokey's course. But, I mean, my course... The reason he's in B is because of my course. Like, he's an all-star. At one point, he was the most consistent competitor of all time on my course. On Halo 4, I mean. 5 stage 1 clears in a row, tying the streak record at one point. Could have gone for 6 in a row. He's got speed. He's got, like, fastest times. Never had a first place, but he's had at least... once, maybe 2 second places. Yeah, look, I think Elite has did enough in his Halo Reach and Halo 4 career to, and in fact, and Halo 5 actually. He still cleared stage 1s on Halo 5, including his. That's where his clear on Smokey's course came from. Yeah, Elite is solid on the courses that he was able to compete on when he was in his prime, and he's also been incredibly loyal because the dude's been around for like 10 years or something like that. This next guy is Epic Landlord, who is a competitor. Oh yeah, I suppose I could have used a racing picture, but oh well. Epic Landlord. So some people will not know or have a clue. Some people will not have a clue who this guy is. Other people will definitely not have a clue how influential this guy is in Halo jumping history. I think I could do a whole video actually talking about how important this guy is to Halo jumping, because not many people know the amount of stuff he did in the background to make my course into what it was when we first started properly on Halo Reach. Obviously, his jumping career is extremely limited because he has, I think, four appearances to boast about. 3 on my course and 1 on Spartan Warrior. Cleared stage 1 on his one and only Spartan Warrior appearance. Cleared stage 1 twice on my course. Got to stage 3 once. Came in 2nd place. But everything he did to help design my course, make the concept of, like, not the obstacles, but the structure of my course, I really cannot emphasize enough just how much Epic played a part in that. And for that reason, it might be very bizarre, but I'm actually putting him in B. Again, why some people will not understand, but a lot of what Halo jumping is and became is because of this guy. And I think this is an opportunity to reward him for that. Yeah. This is Expose. Another Brit. How many Brits in a row have we just had? Another Brit. Consistent competitor back in the day on my course and Smokey's course, actually. Cleared stage 1 3 times on my course. Made to stage 3 twice. Both times he came in 3rd place on my course. The 2 times he got to stage 3. Smokey's course, I think he's got 6 stage 1 clears, 2 stage 3s. Personal best was in tournament 6. But his performances obviously did drop off a cliff after we went to the MCC. And then obviously Halo 5, he dropped off the scene altogether at one point. But he is now back somewhat on Halo Infinite. I think Expose has done enough to also be in B. I think he's just done enough. He was loyal for a long time. He was around very consistently. And then he just kind of dropped off the scene. And now he's back. But when he was around... he was a breath of fresh air. He was someone that just kind of came out of nowhere and had success right off the bat on my course and Smokey's course. And it was nice to see that from just somebody we didn't know anything about when he first showed up. And the fact that he stuck it out for so long, I think he made like 15 or 16 appearances on Smokey's course before he then quit for like after tournament 20. I'm going to put Expose in B. This is Fireball, DHG Fireball. What were you expecting other than S? What can you say? Fireball, Grand Champion on Smokey's course. Stage 1 clears, Stage 2 clears, Stage 3 clears on multiple different courses, and probably has the reputation as being the most off-the-cuff competitor that exists right now in Halo jumping. The dude will literally just show up, put limited amount of practice in, and then more often than not still clear. You just have to look at, let's say, Irish's course as the perfect justification for that. How many stage 3s in a row has he had since he had his comeback run in tournament 15? And that's just on Irish's course. We, for the sake of time, we're just going to put Fireball in S, and we're going to move on because it's just, and from Fireball to a different kind of fire, this is just Flame. This is Flame Vortex, or Flamosaurus, or My Mum 47, but I couldn't put a picture of my mum in this. Yeah, Flame, we haven't had an A in a while, but Flame, much like Atlantic, is an A tier competitor. Competed for a long time. He has got a mixed bag of results, and maybe that we'll see how this works out, when we start ranking the A's. But yeah, Flame has been consistently solid on a lot of different courses for a long time. So we'll put Flame in A. You might not be able to read this, but this is supposed to be a foam extinguisher, and this is meant to represent Foamy, aka It's Foamy. A long time just regular that's competed on lots of different courses with very little success, but he keeps coming back and he keeps supporting everyone. So I'm going to put Foamy in E, because he is course fodder, but there's nothing wrong with that, because there is not enough competitors these days that just want to run for fun. Hey, Flame's in the chat. There's not enough competitors that are like Foamy. Back in the day, I've already talked about Atom Lad, Danny Boy, Clanish. There's not enough competitors these days that are just literally here to run for fun. They are literally like the Mr. Octopuses or the Mr. Hang Gliders or whatever. They, no expectations to succeed. They just want to see how they're going to do on their run. And I think Foamy fits that perfectly. And there's nothing wrong with that. This is Gary Oldman, and this obviously is this is Gary. Some people might be surprised that he made this list, but I'll be honest, he only made this list just so I could put him in F, because he's the most he's the biggest supporter of Halo, of like being in Halo jumping parties, for a guy that couldn't be bothered to compete in Halo jumping courses. He's done Smokey's course twice. He's done my course once. Is that it? Yeah, I'm putting Gary in F. And, yeah. I'm trying to speed this up a little bit because I think we are going a little bit slowly right now. I don't know how long we've been going for, but... yeah, we've been going for almost an hour and a half. So, yeah, we'll try and speed up through some of these a little bit now because we're only just in the G's. Go Tanks! Go Tanks is an A, in my opinion. Been around for a long time. Coming up to... I think next year will be his 10-year anniversary, actually, of first competing. Obviously a legend on Smokey's course. Apart from that... not a lot to shout about on any other course apart from my course. He has a lot more Stage 1 clears on my course than I think people realise. Yes, never cleared Stage 1 on Rog's course and got very little success on any other course. But GoTanks has always been... he's probably one of the most loyal competitors that you'll find. I mean, if you look at any course, how many of them... how many courses... any course, my course, Smokey's course, Rog's course, Irish's course, Chumpy's course, Flame's course. How many of those courses could you go and look at all the different tournaments and not find GoTanks competing? What I'm trying to say is the dude will always compete. Like even if he knows he's not going to clear, he'll always do a run to support everyone else's course. If he's obviously around. I'm not saying he's never missed a tournament before on all these courses, but. He's, I think GoTanks is, he's probably going to end up at the very bottom of A, but I think GoTanks has done enough for just for his loyalty alone to be in A. Obviously, he has had some incredible success and still got records on Smokey's course. That back-to-back final stages is something that arguably might never get broken on Smokey's course. It's obviously happened on other courses, but... yeah, Fireball or somebody else has got to do something really extraordinary to take GoTanks' record away of two final stages in a row. This is HNW Superman, hence the picture of Superman. Unsurprisingly, with a gamer tag like that, he was obviously a big fan of Halo Ninja Warrior. He also competed on my course a few times. I don't know if he competed on Rog's course. Rog, you'll have to fact check that for me. But yeah, I think HNW Superman's going in D. He never really had any success to boast about. I think his personal best was the 5th obstacle on Smokey's course once. Don't think he ever got to the 5th obstacle on my course. H&W Superman's a D. Some people won't know. Oh, he got to the Crazy Wall. Okay, well that actually might be his personal best on any course then, because the Crazy Wall was like the 6th or 7th obstacle, wasn't it? 6th obstacle. And I think his personal best on Smokey's course was the 5th obstacle. So. I think he got to the Warped Wall once, but it was in Tournament 23, so that would have been the 5th obstacle. Yeah, anyway, yeah, regardless, H&W Superman's a D. Some people won't have a clue who this is. The lightsaber is sort of a clue. This is... I'm not going to waste time by you guys trying to have a guess, because I don't think anyone will get it. This is Luke Skywalker, and this is actually a picture of him holding a lightsaber. It was a May the 4th be with you post that he did on Twitter once. Hopefully I don't get copyright claimed for this picture. But yeah, this is Luke Skywalker, celebrity competitor during that period when mine and Smokey's course had pro players, celebrity Halo players competing on our course. Obviously, he's only got the one appearance to boast, but he did clear stage 1 in that one appearance. I'm gonna put Hook. I'm gonna put Hook in C, because some people might be wondering, how can you put a guy that only competed once on a course in C? But he's not a jumper, if that makes sense. The whole point was that he was this big celebrity competitor that we somehow managed to get to compete on our little course. Oh, well, I say little course, obviously it was Smokey's course, not my course. And the fact that he put enough effort in to beat stage 1 and then get halfway through stage 2, even though there was no expectations for him to do well. I think also he might have got the fastest time on stage 1 as well, if I'm remembering that correct, in tournament 18. Yeah, it's not his job to be on this list. So the fact that he's made this list is because he just came out of nowhere, had a success. Nobody expected it, and it was just a great little story in Smokey's tournament. That tournament 18, one of the storylines is the fact that he got a pro player in Luke Skywalker to do his course, and he cleared it. So yeah, I also got Shotzi, one of the best pro players around in any game. Like, I know he's obviously COD, Halo, he's done loads of different games. He obviously also did my course once, but he didn't clear stage 1. If he had cleared stage 1, then there could be a justification for him being in this group, but he didn't, so he's not in this list. Alright, this is the one I've not been looking forward to. So C-3PO. This is me. I'm sure everyone will love that reference. As I said at the beginning, I didn't choose where I was put. It was chosen by a group of people in an Xbox party. So I'm not gonna talk about myself. I'm not gonna big myself up. They put me in S. And we're gonna move on, because I don't want to big myself up and make it seem like I've got a big ego or a big head. They put me in S, so that's all I'm going to say on it. We'll obviously get to it when we start ranking all the S's at the end, but yeah, very, very, very happy that they chose to put me in S. Yeah, this is Irish, and this is meant to be a leprechaun. Obviously, Irish is a long-time competitor from back in the day. Hosts his own course, obviously. A hugely successful course. But this might be another hot take. I don't think Irish's results are all that impressive when you look at them on paper. He's got 2 stage 3. He's got lots of stage 1s on different courses, but he's only got, to my knowledge, 2 stage 3s. One on Smokey's course in tournament 24, obviously, and then one on Jump, the Jump tournament that did come out. I can't remember if it was tournament 1 or tournament 2. I want to say it was tournament 1, actually. I'm putting Irish in C, because as much as I'd love to put him in B, I think for the competitor, for how long he's been around as a competitor, and I feel like Irish, if he sees this, I would want to say he wouldn't necessarily disagree with me. I feel like he wishes his performances were slightly better than they have been. Not for a lack of trying. It's just, yeah, I don't know. When I was putting together this list and then I got to Irish and I looked at all his results, I felt underwhelmed by Irish's performances. I just wish I could have seen a little bit more from Irish. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, what's going on here? It doesn't want to go down. That's unfortunate. Oh, did he get to stage? Sorry, Booker. I keep doing this. He got to stage 3 on Booker's course as well, didn't he? That's my bad. We need to get a watch. We need to get some sort of. We need to get a wiki set up for Booker's course. Booker is the master of doing all the hard work for other people's wikis, but he doesn't have a wiki for his own course. There's not enough. There's not enough traction. And there's not enough people that know about Booker's course. I've been saying this for ages when Booker's course was going on. Yeah, we need to get Booker's course back on the circuit just for the old tournaments, because clearly I'm not remembering enough of the results for some competitors. This is Ironbug champion, Welsh competitor. Another competitor that was around for a long time, longer than people think. His career spanned Halo Reach, Halo 4, MCC, and Halo 5. But he obviously never had any success to boast or brag about. So, unfortunately, Ironbug, you are going to be in D. But I'll probably put you about here. Yeah. Sorry, Ironbug. I liked Ironbug, and he was incredibly loyal on my course. But yeah, we're just gonna move on because there's not really a lot to say about Ironbug's performances outside of that. This is Spiteful, holding a what looks like a BR, which is quite apt actually. Yeah, Spiteful. Yeah, he's a B. Like, his only real success. He had one clear on Smokey's course, but his prominent success came on my course. 7 stage 1 clears, 7 in a row, which was a record at one point. He was the only competitor to go perfect on stage 1 on Halo 4 of my course, which is an incredibly underrated accomplishment. That of all these competitors, Smokey, Ree, Drago, Dom, Elite, all these great, legends of my course, none of them went perfect, like 7 out of 7 on stage 1 on Halo 4, and Spiteful was the one that did it. Yeah, there's not a lot else really to judge in his career because he only competed 6 times on Smokey's course, 4 times in a row on MCC. Did all 4 of Smokey's MCC tournaments. Cleared stage 1, tournament 14, failed stage 2. Got to stage 3 times on my course. Yeah, Spiteful was a kind of he was there. He was a there guy. He was there at the time on Halo 4 and MCC, and then by the time Halo 5 came around, he was starting to drift away. He was doing his own thing. He was focusing on his Discord and his YouTube channel and his Twitch streams, and then just dropped off the scene. He should have cleared stage 1 on my Halo 5 course though. Tournament 18, he absolutely cocked that one up. Yeah. You can't see this guy's face, but this, if you could see his face, this is It's My Yard. AKA the originator of Halo Jumping, the creator of Halo Jumping. All of this might not have existed without Yard. And as much as I'd love to use that as a justification to put him super, super high on the list, like at least into C, his performances are when he's actually competed on courses are absolute dog shit. Excuse the language. So I'm putting Yard. I can't put Yard any higher than D. To my knowledge, every course I managed to find a result for Yard on, the best he ever managed to do was the 3rd obstacle. And one of those was on my course. He failed the 1st obstacle on Rog's course. As I say, the one tournament of my course he failed the 3rd obstacle. And then any Halo 3 course I managed to find of him, The best he did was the third obstacle. So Yard deserves a place in history, but not for his performances as a competitor. This is Jante, aka Ninja Warrior 718, aka Blaze Jahaze, I believe. One stage 1 clear in his entire career. That was Spartan Sasuke 19. It produced one of the biggest hype celebrations I can think of for when a guy got their first ever stage 1 clear. But one clear ever? No. Jante's going in D. He was a long-time competitor, and a loyal competitor. That most of his appearances were on Rog's course, but he didn't really have a lot of success to shout about. That tournament 19, like Rog could probably tell me this. What was Jante's best performance before he cleared stage 1 in 19? Because I would have guessed it probably was only like the 5th obstacle. Yeah. Jante was a loyal servant. If he hadn't got that clear, he'd probably still be in D, but he'd be at the bottom. But his stage 1 clear propels him up to the top of D. This is Joey Tribbiani from Friends, and this is aka Joey Davis. I'm not going to go through all his gamer tags. Joey, unsurprisingly, can we not go up? Okay, we can't go up, so let me just... Joey is an A. He's probably also the top of A. Joey, I mean, what can you say? The only reason he's not in S is because his career... Again, this list only goes up to the end of 2022. So, the only reason Joey probably isn't in S yet is probably 2 reasons. One, because he's not been around long enough. Is it really 9 gamer tags? Yeah, the 2 reasons. One, because he's not been around enough. This list only accounts for 2 years of Joey's career. And you've got to remember the first, 3 or 4 months of Joey's career, he was also a crap competitor. And the second reason is because he obviously apart from Booker's course with the total victories, he didn't get a total victory on any other course on Halo 5 apart from Booker's course. Got plenty of final stages, but couldn't get the job done. Obviously, as we now know, on Halo Infinite, he was finally starting to get the job done on... he did get the job done on Irish's course. Yeah, and he did it twice, actually, yeah, Booker... I did know that, sorry, yeah. Did do it twice on Booker's course. Yeah, Joey's A, but he is going to be the top of A, almost certainly. You might not be able to tell who this is. This is Joker Jams. Unsurprisingly, when you try and type Joker Jams into Google, there's very few pictures that come up. So I had to basically use his profile picture on Smokey's wiki for this. Japanese competitor, the first competitor to ever clear stage 1 on Smokey's course. But again, there's only so much you can do with a guy that's only competed twice on any course. Both of them on Smokey's course. Both times he cleared stage 1. Got to stage 3 on one of those appearances. Came second place. I put BJM in B, and I'll also put Jokers in B. Again, there's only so much you can do when this guy's only got 2 appearances, but he was also a very unique competitor because he was from Japan, which was kind of cool and was something that we haven't seen again for a long time, or it wasn't a long time. We had to wait a long time before we saw another Japanese competitor even have any kind of success, or even compete, actually. Never mind have any sort of success. next? Next is Just One Player, or Jop, as we know him. Obviously, really, the only thing... I'm pretty sure the only course he's ever competed on is Smokey's course. He didn't do my course, and to my knowledge, he's never done any other course. I don't recall him ever doing one of Sane's tournaments. I don't ever recall him doing one of Kenny's Halo 4 tournaments. I'm pretty sure the only course Jop ever did was Smokey's course. Obviously, Grand Champion. But I can't justify putting Jop any higher than B. He is a Grand Champion, and he's got a total victory. And he also got another stage 3 after that. But his 5 appearances in his whole career, and for at least at least for 2 of them, he wasn't really fussed how he did. Those 2 being his first appearance, because it was his debut, and his last appearance, which he didn't even want to do, but Smokey convinced him to do it. Yeah, Jop. I'm not going to say Jop was lucky with his total victory, because you have to earn a total victory to get it. But I don't think he cared either way with getting his total victory. So, yeah. Okay, for the sake of time, we're going to start speeding through some of these ones that have not a lot to brag about. This is Campy, aka FaZe Campy. He's in the same boat as Hook. The only difference I would say between Hook and Campy is that, first of all, Campy did it first because he was in Tournament 17, Hook was in Tournament 18. Second of all, in my opinion, Campy was way more well known at the time than Hook Skywalker was. His YouTube channel, his streams, it was a big deal that Smokey managed to get Campy to do a run. I'm going to put Campy, even though I put Hook in C, I'm going to put Campy in B, but he's going to be at the very bottom of B. And it might seem bizarre to have these 2 so far apart, but yeah, I thought Campy, when Hook cleared stage 1, I was surprised. When Campy cleared stage 1, I wasn't surprised at all, because I know Campy... Well, I discovered Campy is insanely skilled at all things Halo. Shooting, jumping, trick jumps, everything. Yeah, I'm putting Campy in B. This is Kenny from South Park, a.k.a. Kenny... I'm trying to remember one of his gamer tags now. Spartacat. Or Spartan 761. He had a few different gamer tags. The original host of Spartan Ninja Warrior, before Flame claimed the name, Kenny was... I can't even say Kenny was a loyal competitor. Kenny was one of those guys that in Halo Reach and Halo 4, he literally just dropped in and out and then came back. He literally showed up whenever he wanted to show up. He'd do a run, he'd disappear for a month or 2, and then he'd come back. He's missed one of my tournaments, he does the next tournament, then he disappears again, then he shows back up again. He was just literally, he was in and out. He made 10 appearances on my course, and it took him, I think, about 17 tournaments to get to that. And he always had gaps in his appearances. He also, at one point, held the record for the longest gap between appearances on Smokey's course. He competed in Tournament 1, and then didn't show up again until Tournament 13. That record was since broken. I think Gary has that record now for the longest gap between appearances. Kenny hasn't really got a lot to brag about at all in terms of his performances. Kenny is a D. I think his best ever performance was on my course, and it was when he got to the 5th obstacle twice. Yeah, Kenny's a D. So we're wasting too much time. Let's move on to Killer, because Killer I can talk about. Killer, probably one of the most underrated jumpers. First in terms of loyalty, and second in terms of the success he has had, because he has had success. Not as much as he would have liked on some courses. But my course got to stage 3 on his debut. I think he's got the 3rd best newcomer performance on my course. Obviously Smokey's course, he's had a lot of success. and had a little, and his comeback in tournament 23 on Halo 5 after 6 stage 1 fails in a row is incredibly huge moment to bounce back like that. I know obviously Sane did it as well, but Killer got to stage 3 and then he backed it up with another stage 3. When Killer was on it, he can deliver good, great performances. I think Killer's done more than enough to be a B. I don't know where in B. We'll sort through all this at the end because some of these tiers are getting quite stacked full of people right now. So we'll Killer's a B. Some people might not recognise this picture. You know what? Just a second. Let me just see. I just want to see what the time difference is right now. Damn, what is this time gap? Oh, it's not that big at all. Oh, it's still... Oh, okay. According to this, it's still 26 seconds. Who knew? Alright, this is King Sparkedy. Another competitor that was around at the start of Halo 5 and then kind of just dropped out before all of the new gen courses kicked off. So he's obviously someone that's got a limited amount of appearances because he could only compete on 3 courses, basically. Oh, well, maybe 4 if you include abs. Yeah, Booker's, that's a good point, Booker. I'll give you that. Yeah, King got one stage 1... Did he? No, did he get a stage 1 clear? Yeah, he got a stage 1 clear on Rog's course, tournament 5. But like a lot of other competitors that we've already ranked, that is the exception to the rule. I don't think he did much of anything apart from that on Rog's course. He did surprisingly get to... Oh, Killer, you've literally just missed yourself. You were literally just before King. I'm just talking about King right now. You're here. You're in B. Rewind the stream like 2 or 3 minutes, Killer, and you can listen. You can listen to yourself and then come back. Yeah. So King, I'm putting King in D. He's only got 1 stage 1 clear in his career. He could have cleared stage 1 twice on Smokey's course. Got to the last obstacle 2 tournaments in a row and choked. Yeah. King's a C. A D, sorry. As is... Oh, no, sorry. Is he... You know, I'm looking at my draft list of the original results. Yeah. Yeah, no. Actually, no, I've changed my mind. I'm going to put King in C, but I'm going to put him at the bottom of C. Maybe I might swap these 2 around. We'll come back to it later. I can't remember. We're wasting too much time talking about King. Chronic Shroomy. This is another competitor from way back in the day. Only competed on my course and Spartan Warrior. Don't think he had anything to brag about on Spartan Warrior, to my memory. Competed 3 times on my course. Every single appearance he made, he finished in the top 5. Cleared stage 1 twice, got to stage 3 once. Failed the first obstacle on stage 3. Chronic. I'm a B for balls deep. Oh, Killer. I was going to put Chronic in C, but actually, I'm tempted to put him at the bottom of B. I mean, 3 appearances and he finished in the top 5 every time. Yeah, I think I might put Chronic at the bottom of B, actually. This is Longshot Arrow, a Brit, and another competitor that had a surprising amount of success. 7 stage 1 clears in his career. 3 of them on Rogs, which was bizarre because for some reason I thought he only ever cleared stage 1 once in tournament 16. To my memory, I thought he got second place in tournament 15 when everyone failed stage 1, cleared stage 1 in 16, and then never cleared stage 1 again. But when I then looked at the wiki and discovered that he cleared stage 1 in 18 and 19 as well, I don't know why my memory just... I don't know why in my head I thought he'd only cleared stage 1 once. But yeah, 3 clears on Rog's course, 2 clears on Sonic's course, and surprisingly 2 clears on Abs. Although I think they might have been the Halo Warrior tournaments. But yeah, Longshot had more success than I remembered. But he did also have a lot of fluff runs. He did have a lot of runs which were not so good. Failed the first obstacle at least a couple of times. Not including Abs, obviously. I'm going to put Longshot in somewhere in C. I'm going to put him in... I'll just put him there. That's a good point, Killer. I'll give you that. That's fair. But the success you have, even if it was just taking into account mine and Smokey's course, you could probably still get into B. But obviously this is taking into account all courses. And yeah, I think you've done more than enough. It's not just your success, it's the fact that how long you've been around for and you've been able to continue to perform. Yeah. I wonder if anyone can guess who this is. This is sort of a clue, but the picture, but I think this is a clever little joke. Obviously, it's an In-Betweeners joke. Anyone that's British that's watched the In-Betweeners will know what that joke is. Ooh, friend! Ooh, football friend! Can anyone guess it in the chat? You know what? Whilst you guys might guess it, I'm going to quickly go and top up my water. Alright, we're back. Doesn't look like... Okay, that's probably the... Killer's probably not going to get any closer than It's a Fellow Brit. This is Lord of Ooh, which is the best... it's not the best reference, I'll give you that, but it's got ooh in it. So, yeah, that's where Lord of Ooh came from. In fact, you know what? I just said he's a Brit, and he's not even a Brit, is he? I don't think he was a Brit. You know what? I take it back. Killer didn't get close. If he's a Brit, then Killer was the closest. If he's not a Brit, then nobody got close at all. But yeah, this is Lord of Vu. The first competitor, am I correct in saying? Was he the first? Or was that Field Scarecrow? The one of the first. He was in Tournament 1 of Rog's course. This is bad. I'm having a mind blank. Um, oh, you see, Rog doesn't even know. So yeah, maybe he was American. But yeah, Lord of Vu was in Rog's first tournament. Maybe was the first ever competitor to run, but I might be confusing that with Field Scarecrow. But then, of course, had a long gap before before competing again. But now, surprisingly, he's now back and sort of a semi-regular competitor in Halo jumping again on lots of courses, which is just an incredibly bizarre thing. And despite that, he's only going in D because, to my knowledge, I don't. He might have cleared a stage 1 once on a course. Okay, Field Scarecrow was number 1. It wasn't Lord of Vu. But Lord of Vu was in Rog's first tournament, then disappeared for a long time, and then Rog got him back. And so incredibly, after he got him back, Lord of Vu then suddenly became a semi-regular jumper on Rog's course and on lots of other courses, which is a very unique story, in my opinion, for a competitor. Next, we have Mighty Master, another competitor that only ever competed once, but he still did very well. In fact, he got one obstacle further than Campy did in Tournament 17, so he's going just ahead of Campy. We spoke earlier about BJM. He's got the best ever newcomer performance on Smokey's course. BJM has. Since Fireball, so Fireball made his debut in Tournament 12. Every tournament since then, so Tournament 13 onwards on Smokey's course, the best any newcomer has done from Tournament 13 onwards is Mighty Master. No newcomers got to Stage 3 on Smokey's course since the 360 days, but Mighty Master got closer than anyone by getting to the last obstacle of Stage 2. And he was it was really disappointing that is his one and only appearance in Halo jumping. But yeah. From one mighty to another, we now have Mighty Max 80, who used to be known as something else, but we obviously know him as Mighty Max. Mighty is another B. I think he is probably going to be a high B. One of the few things that lets Mighty down is the fact that for a long time his success was just on Rog's course. He did start to turn it around, obviously towards the end of Smokey's course. He had those 2 Stage 3s. Should have cleared Stage 1 in my Tournament 22, but then choked. And then he has had success. I know he got to the final stage, I think, on Sonic's course. And he has had success on other courses as well. I think probably the thing that lets Mighty down is just the fact that he hasn't been as consistent on pretty much any other course. The consistency he found on Rog's course, he hasn't shown it enough on other courses. But he's still a B, and there's nothing wrong with that. This is Mumbles. Oh, what's this is Mumbles Fogarty, or Fogarty, however you want to pronounce it. This is basically another foamy. He's just a not as impressive foamy, in my opinion. Can somebody tell me, did Mumbles just disappear? Like, he was around for like. He joined in Halo 5 and then was just always around competing on my course, and I want to say a lot of Rog's tournaments. I don't think he did many of Smokey's courses. But then Halo 5 came to an end and then he just disappeared. So I don't know what happened to Mumbles, but yeah, we need more people like Foamy, and we need more people like Mumbles, in my opinion. This is Neil Patrick Harris, and this is Neil. Neil is a competitor that competed 3 times on Smokey's course. A very random competitor. competed 3 times, cleared stage 1 twice in a row, both of them on Halo 5. Failed the spider walk both times. He got to stage 2, and then never competed again. Just disappeared. Showed a bit of interest in showing back up and competing again, but then never did. And never competed on any other course either. Yeah, Neo is probably a C. For the short time he was around, he showed some surprising success. Yeah, C, he's a C. And especially, you know, because those 2 stage 1s he cleared on Smokey's course were not easy. 17 and 18 were not easy stage 1s, especially 18. So, yeah. Okay, I'm not going to lie. This one was the hardest picture to pick a competitor for. So these are... Some people will think, oh, these are cigarettes, right? Well, no. What this is meant to be, the Google search for this was nicotine. Because I needed something for good old Nike Chief, aka NICA Chief, the rando of the new gen courses, because he shows up. He at one point was showing up to Irish's course, Flames course. I think he did a couple of Chumpy's courses. The rando of the new gen courses. You know what? I should have got some. I should have got some Nike shoes, because as a joke, I used to call him Nike Chief instead of that name. Yeah, I mean, just yeah. Bye bye. He's a bottom of E. I'm not saying it. Nike Chief. That's no. Moving on. Next is oh god. Next is Ninty. Yeah, Ninty. Ninty's here. No, right, moving on. Next up we got Noodle. No, I'm just kidding. Ninty. I think Ninty's done enough in his career to be a D. You know, I'm going to start moving some of these around, actually. Ninty's done enough to be a D, because for how crap Ninty is as a competitor. Which one, Sol? So yeah, this is the joke. Read the description, Sol. It'll explain all the rules. These pictures are basically joke pictures to keep it interesting. Yeah, Ninty, for how crap Ninty's been as a competitor, he has still been incredibly loyal. You know, we've spent 9 years trying to kill Ninty. I'm not going to say trying to bully him out of the Halo jumping community, but he's always been an annoying little git, but he's still remained loyal, especially on Smokey's course, has to be said. And there was a good 3 or 4 tournament stretch where Ninty could have cleared stage 1 on Smokey's course. Tournaments 16 and 17 spring to mind. But yeah, Ninty, for his loyalty, despite his lack of success, we'll put Ninty in D. So this next one is Noodles, aka Killer Manoodle. What was the other names? He had. I always forget his gamer tags. Killer Manoodle, Fine Noodleness, I think was another one. For those that can't remember him, cleared stage 1. See you, Rug. Cleared stage 1. How long? We've been going for quite a while, haven't we? 2 hours. Yeah, we probably need to speed up on some of these, or otherwise this stream's going to be 4 hours. Yeah, Noodles is a C probably. Yeah, he's probably a C. Cleared stage 1 once on my course in tournament 21. Made it to stage 3 bizarrely in Rog's tournament 19, failing the cliffhanger. But that's literally all he's got to boast about. All of the rest of his runs on my course and Rog's course were stage 1 fails so far. And any other course he's competed on, pretty sure he's also failed stage 1. Booker, if he's cleared stage 1 on your course, please tell me. I couldn't find anything on him, so If he has, please tell me, and I will apologise again. Master Nuramek, the Bumpei Shiratori of my course, only competed on my course. Got to stage 2 4 times, stage 3 3 times, failed the last jump in tournament 16. Failed the last jump of stage 3 in tournament 16. Nuramek is probably, for the limited amount of appearances he's got, he's probably a low B. We'll just put him here for now. We need to sort all of this at the end, so he's probably a low B. He's only competing on my course. He's got very limited amount of appearances, but he has had success, and he's done it in unique ways. He's the one who's obviously got these bizarre techniques that he's worked on and he's made work. Pandas for life. For the life of me, I will never understand how pandas could be so crap on my course and yet clear stage 1 twice on Smokey's course. In tournaments 10 and tournaments 16. Just for the fact that he somehow is able to be a semi-solid competitor. Like he was ranked like the 20th best competitor ever on Smokey's course when he did that tournament 20 veterans breakdown thing. So the fact that Pandas managed to scrape into the top 20, I'll put Pandas in C. But yeah, if we were just judging him on my course, he'd be around Ninty territory in D, and that's probably being kind. Paddy Freakin, aka Paddy Freakin Clips. Paddy is probably a B. Yeah. Stage 1 clears on a few different, I was about to say 4 different courses, but I suppose not taking into account Halo Infinite. If we did take into account Halo Infinite, then we're also looking at Irish's course, Chumpy's course. I think that's it. But yeah, Halo 5 and MCC. Clears on Smokey's course, lots of them. One stage 1 clear on my course, and he ended up finishing tied for first place. 3 or 4 stage 1 clears on Rog's course. Got to stage 3 twice on Halo 5. And then Abs, he also cleared a few times in the early Abs tournaments. Paddy's a B. I don't know where. We'll just dump him here for now in B, and then we'll go for him later. Okay, this is kind of a funny one. This is Pedro Pascal, obviously. And when we say Pedro, we're obviously talking about Petrillo, because lots of people like to call Petrillo Pedro. Petrillo. This might be quite kind, but I actually think Petrillo's an A, if I can get to A. I think Petrillo had a hot start to his jumping career, obviously with that success on Smokey's course, and even though he's yet to clear stage 1 on my course, and it took him a little while to get going on Rog's course, I think Petrillo's definitely established himself and at one point Petrillo had established himself as one of the top guys on Halo 5. I think he kind of dipped away towards the end of Halo 5, but Grand Champion obviously on Flames course, stage 3s on multiple stage 3s on Irish's course, Chumpy's course, Sonic's course. He might have also got to the final stage on Sonic's course, possibly. He must have had success on Booker's course, if he competed on it, which I presume he did. Petrillo, I think, has been a seriously solid competitor, and the total victory kind of backs that up. This is Uncle Phil from Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, and Phil, aka game types, aka a med pack, aka Dark is sick, the original competitor for changing their gamer tag all the time. Phil is also another A. All time. Oh, he was in every tournament. Again, you see, I would have known that because I had to look up I had to look up his results on Taske, but clearly I just keep forgetting, and I can only continue to apologize, Booker. I would have known. I would have known that because I would have looked at it. Yeah. Phil is an A. He's like the longest serving competitor behind only Ump. Yeah, like Drago, he definitely has dropped off from the levels he used to be at. But unlike Drago, he has at least cleared stage 1s on Halo 5, on Rog's course, on Abs, obviously. That might be it, actually, to be fair. But I mean, obviously, yeah, Rog's course, he had a few stage 1 clears, and he had a stage 3. And then Abs, obviously everyone knows about Abs. Yeah, I think Phil's done enough, the same as Gotenks, to be an A. Pixel Projects. Another one that came into Halo Jumping as a huge fan of the show. And then, although he definitely took the long way around to get his success, I've talked about his success many times on the top 10 videos. I think he's one of the most underrated success stories on Smokey's course. He's got 8 stage 1 clears. We already did Fireball Tricky. He's in S. I think Pixel's one of the most underrated success stories on Smokey's course. 8 stage 1 clears. The reason why he doesn't get more hype is because he's got 7 stage 2 fails. And yeah, he's never cleared stage 1 on my course. I don't think he cleared stage 1 on Rog's course, to my memory. So all of his success has only been on Smokey's course. But I think Pixel's still done enough to be in B, but it'll be probably somewhere near the bottom. Yeah. Okay, I'm not going to wait for you guys to guess who this is, but this is a Warhog, and this writing is meant to be red versus blue. This is Puma, because anyone that's watched Red vs. Blue may recall in like the very first episode or the second episode, one or even the first or second, there was a Red vs. Blue joke about the Warhog in Halo 1 and the fact that it looked more like a puma. And Sarge goes, "What in Sam Hills is a puma?" And hence the joke of why this is Puma's picture. Puma, I mean, look, regardless of opinions, as a competitor, Puma's an A. Taking all of that out of consideration about Puma, just as a Booker got the reference. Just as a competitor, I don't think Puma doesn't deserve to be on this list. An all-star on Smokey's course, an all-star on Rog's course. At the moment, been the most consistent competitor on my course on Halo 5, and then he has obviously had success on a few other courses. Irish's course, got to stage 3 once on Shumpy's course, got to stage 3 once on Flame's course. Puma's, as Booker said, an easy A. Okay, no one will get this reference, apart from if Soul's still here. Soul will get this reference. This is Real Deal, aka BXA Real Deal. His gamer tag now is not Real Deal. He changed it to D Mills. But if he changed it to D Mills, But it's become a joke now in the racing community that Real Deal misses so many races because he always takes a nap or he just accidentally falls asleep. So this picture, you can't really see it because it's cut off the words at the end here, but it says racing or napping, and Real Deal always chooses the napping. Yeah, Real Deal, Halo Racer, similar to Alex, was kind of around quite a lot in the Halo 4 days, but he did make a comeback briefly on Halo 5 on my course and Smokey's course. He had one of the funniest runs on Smokey's course in Tournament 21. But Real Deal has proven to be anything but the real deal when it comes to jumping. So he's a D. You can't see who this is because tier list screwed up the picture. But this is Mila Jovovich, or Jovovich, however you pronounce her surname, playing the character Alice from Resident Evil. And as people know, I'm a big Resident Evil fan. This is meant, and she's wearing red. So this is meant to be Red Alice, the only female competitor to ever clear stage 1 on a Halo jumping course that I know of, which she did in Tournament 16 on my course, the final Halo 4 tournament. And I think for achieving that accomplishment and being the only woman to do it, I'm going to put her in C, but it'll be near the bottom. This is Red Apparition. So that picture says Sid is dead, because that was his gamer tag when he competed in Tournament 22 of my course. But I more commonly remember him, or know him, like many others, as Red Apparition. Like the other guys, like Irish, Dom, Duster, all those people, back in the day on Halo Reach, big fan of the show, big fan of Ninja Warrior, and a big supporter of the show. One stage 1 clear, that was in Tournament 7, and he almost got to stage 3 as well, finishing in 2nd place. Yeah, Red's probably exactly the same. Red will probably be in the exact same place as Red Alice, in C. After Halo Reach, he kind of just dropped off a cliff, and he's literally just shown up for random tournaments, including he did one of Smokey's tournaments randomly. I think it was Tournament 5, and he failed the last obstacle of stage 1. Yeah, I'll when I put the tier list, when I put the link to the tier list in the Discord, Tricky, I'll also put together a list of everyone like in alphabetical order, because when you load up this page, all of these names are in, all of these pictures are in alphabetical order. So I'll leave a list of the order, so everyone will know who's who. Yeah, like I say, the only reason I did this with the pictures is just to make it semi more interesting, rather than it just being all pictures of Spartans. This is Epic Reshiram. I had to look up, when I looked up Reshiram, apparently there's a Pokemon that's called Reshiram, or is a Reshiram, I don't know, I haven't been into Pokemon for a long time. But this is Epic Reshiram. Cleared stage 1 4 times on Rog's course back in the early days that people probably don't know. He was an MCC competitor. He has a bizarre record on my course where on his debut he failed the first obstacle. Then on his second appearance he got to the last obstacle of stage 1. So he went from the first obstacle to the last obstacle. And then on his third appearance, he went back to failing. He failed the second obstacle, but he went back to failing at the start of stage 1. Reshiram's got a few clears. And he was around for a while. I think... I don't know. I'm thinking D or C. I think I will say C. Because he's the same as Cam, really. He's, in fact, you know what? Yeah, he is... So Cam's got 3 clears and he's in C. Reshiram's got 4 clears. This picture has been absolutely botched because of tier list, but what you can see there is one half of ROG, RPG 445, the host of Spartan Sasuke, without a shadow of a doubt, the most successful course that started in Halo 5, and obviously one of the most successful courses just in general that's around now. As a competitor, Irish has underwhelmed as a competitor. I don't think ROG has underwhelmed as a competitor. I think the problem with ROG is a lack of consistency. There's too many runs where ROG has failed stage 1 too many times, but then when he has had success, it's then ended up being phenomenal. Like, obviously Tournament 21 on my course, you finally get your stage 1 clear, and you get to the final stage. His first stage 1 clear on Smokey's course, he gets deep stage 3 and finishes 2nd place. He got to stage 3. I think he got a 1st place in one of Atlantic's tournaments early on. He got to stage 3. It was either 1st or 2nd. Maybe it was tied for 1st. And then he's had success, obviously, on Irish's course, on lots of other courses. I think the biggest problem with ROG is lack of consistency, but because of the influence and the impact his course has had on lots of other jumpers, I'm putting ROG at the top of B. It will be at the top of B. I'll probably keep Cyrus ahead of him, but he's ahead of everyone else in B. The one thing that lets ROG down is lack of consistency. But yeah, a B. I really like this picture. This is a hell of a cool shot of Re95. And, I mean, look, we'll save time here. Let's just... Nope, let me move up. Mr. Re95, S tier. The first competitor to get a total victory on a course. At one point was without a doubt the best competitor around in Halo jumping. And even in the 9 years since he left, his legacy has continued on. You know, you could obviously make a case for plenty of people surpassing him since then. But, yeah, Ree is just an all-time great. And even the one... I mean, this picture is from Tournament 19 of Smokey's course. The only tournament he's done in Halo jumping, apart from maybe an abs tournament. The only tournament he's done in Halo jumping since the 360 days, and he got to stage 2 with limited practice. Yeah, I think no one's doubting Ree, in my opinion. We're getting close to the end. Takeshi's Castle. Because whenever I think of Takeshi, or the word Takeshi, I think of Sakeshi. Another competitor that has been an incredibly loyal servant to Halo jumping. Once again, I really don't think people appreciate how much loyalty this guy has shown to continuing to compete on courses. Obviously only got the one stage 1 clear, tournament 11 of my course, but that I'm still going to put Sakeshi in C. I'll just leave him there for now. Yeah, C for Sakeshi. Yeah, only the one stage 1 clear, but I mean, he's been an incredibly loyal competitor, despite the lack of success. And he's someone that I don't think he turns up to a lot of these runs having practiced and been well prepared, but yeah, Sakeshi I think is a very well liked competitor, and yeah, C. Sane the Legend. Sane is a B, but I think he'll be probably a mid B, because the biggest problem with Sane is lack of consistency. Obviously, he's got those 2 stage 3s on my course when he got to the last obstacle. He's got 2 stage 3s on Smokey's course. He's got a stage 2 on ROG's course. The biggest problem with Sane, again, is the fact that for a guy that's so talented as a jumper, the amount of trick jumps and skill jump maps he's made, and just how talented he is as a jumper on Halo, he just hasn't shown it consistently enough. Albeit, I think one of the reasons for that is that he struggles with time limit courses. If every course was a stage 3, I think Sane would be a boss at it. But sadly, that's not how Ninja works. And I think the time factor does play a lot into some of Sane's performances. So, yeah, B, but probably mid-B at best. I was really struggling to find a picture for Shift. So literally, here's a stick. Here's a picture of a Shift stick. This is I'm So Shift-Faced. Another Halo racer. Unlike Real Deal, actually still semi-regular in Halo jumping. He's done a run on Rog's course on Halo Infinite. He's very much an in and out kind of competitor. Throughout his entire career, to be honest. Shift is a D. I think he got to the 4th or 5th obstacle once on my course. That's probably his personal best. He's probably quite lucky to not be an E, but for the fact that Shift's been around for he made his debut on this course. He made his debut on Halo jumping on my course, and it must have been in 2014, so we're talking 9 years ago, and Shift is still semi around. Again, like I say, he's in and out. He's very much a kind of, he'll do a tournament, he'll then miss 2 tournaments, and then he'll come back, but he's still around. Sleepy the Dwarf, aka Sleepy Slayer 5, a classic competitor from back in the day, who then surprisingly made a couple of one-off appearances on Halo 5, and then disappeared again. Sleepy is a B. We'll leave him there for now and then sort out B later. Yeah, Sleepy is a B. Was one of the early frontrunners on Smokey's course in the original days. Was in contention to be an all-star and then missed a tournament at the wrong time. If he hadn't have missed Tournament 6 and then shown up for Tournament 7 and failed Stage 2, he could have been in contention to be an All-Star, a 360 All-Star. He's had one Stage 1 clear on my course in Halo 4. Yeah, he was just a all-round solid competitor back in the day. He did make his debut in Halo Reach as well, but it was Halo 4 where he was more well-known. Especially for his performances on Smokey's course. Speaking of Smokey, for anyone wondering what this reference is, this is Smokey Bacon. Not that I'm a big fan of Smokey Bacon, but this is Smokey, and I mean, come on. What I mean, no. For the sake of time, I'm going to move on, and we're going to talk about Smokey when we get to the end, when we're sorting out the S tier, because anyone who doesn't think Smokey should be here is on crack. Sneak Killer 7, although he did used to be known as Sneak Killer 8. What you think? Oh, are you trying to say, who are you trying to say in? Oh, you're trying to say put Smokey in B. That's funny. Sneak Killer 7. Yeah, never had any success, but another one of those that was kind of an in and out competitor. Yeah, I think Sneak Killer's near the bottom of D. I think his personal best on any course was the 5th obstacle. I think it was on Smokey's course. The best he ever did on my course was the 4th obstacle. And he did that, I think, 3 times in a row, and each time it was a different 4th obstacle. So, yeah, Sneak Killer's there. This is someone that probably very few people will know. So this is a picture of a snowman, and this is a guy called Snowman 761, who was also known as Sniper 761. This is another classic competitor from back in the day on Halo Reach. He was probably, the best way I can describe this guy is he was probably the Chris or the Paddy of Halo Reach. This is the guy who infamously pushed my rolling ball onto the track and then shot the ball to make it come to a complete stop and then jumped onto it. He was also a Spartan Warrior competitor, I believe, back in the day. Cleared stage 1 twice on my course. Both times went out on the spider walk. He also had this bizarre appearance record on my course, where at one point he only did every other tournament. So I believe his last 4 appearances... Yeah, his last 4 appearances on my course was Tournament 7, Tournament 9, Tournament 11, Tournament 13, and he skipped all the tournaments in between. Snowman is a low B. He again, limited amount of tournaments he was in, but he was, like I say, he was the Chris or the Paddy of Halo Reach. He was an incredibly talented jumper, just not around enough. I don't know if you can read this, but that says my snozberries taste like snozberries, which is apparently a Willy Wonka reference. Yeah, this is Snoz. And for loyalty alone, Snaz has got to be in B. He's only got the final final stage to boast about on Smoke from his success on Smokey's course. He's got a stage 1 clear on my course, 2 stage 1 clears on Rog's course, cleared on Jump, I believe. I'm not sure, I might be remembering this wrong, but did he get to stage 3 in the first Jump tournament? I might be misremembering that. Maybe it was just Irish that got to stage 3 in Jump. But yeah, Snaz, look, we've talked about Snaz so much in the past, about his loyalty and the fact he's always supporting. He'll support any competitor, basically. He's like the cheerleader of Halo jumping. Yeah, Snaz is a B. And this next guy is also a B. This is Sonic. And Sonic is also a high B, in my opinion. We'll put him about there for now. Sonic, I don't think people realised how much Sonic came into his own at the end of Halo 5. He was a bit of a slow starter. Didn't really have any success on any course. But then, as we got towards the tail end of Halo 5, 2 stage 3s on Smokey's course. Yeah, 2. I almost thought it was 3 for a second there. 2 on Smokey's course. Multiple stage 3s, like 3 or 4 in a row on Rog's course. And he got to the second to last obstacle once, I believe. Obviously, he's got limited amount of appearances on my course. He's had success on Chumpy's course. He's had success on Irish's course. I think he must have got to stage 3 at some point on Flame's course. If he's competed on Booker's course, he must have success on Booker's course. Pretty much the only course he's not got success on is my course. Yeah, Sonic's a B. I think there's a lot of B's coming up here because I also think Soul Reaper is a B. I was bigging up Sakeshi earlier for his loyalty to Halo jumping. People do not talk enough about how long Soul has been around in Halo jumping. Soul's been around in Halo jumping since like early 2011. In fact, you know what? No, it's even earlier than that actually, because he did Halo 3 courses as well. So it's got to be like 2010 as well. Soul is a massively underrated jumper, at least in terms of his loyalty. The thing that lets Soul down is his overall performances. His record of success is like I say, he's got a stage 3 on my course. And I think apart from that, I think that's it. He's had stage 1 clears on... he's had a stage 1 clear on Smokey's course. He's had a stage 1 clear on Irish's course. He's had a stage 1 clear on Rog's course, but that was on Halo Infinite, so it's not relevant to this list. Yeah. His performances haven't been up to snuff, but then again you could say the same thing about Snaz. And Snaz is a high B because of his loyalty and his support. Soul, for his loyalty, he's massively underrated. And I think Soul's somewhere in the B's here. Alright, this is another competitor that very few people will know. This is Space Vortex. This is a Spartan Warrior OG. Everyone that thinks of Spartan Warrior will immediately think of maybe also Ree. But the number 2 or number 3 of Spartan Warrior was this guy, Space Vortex. Cleared stage 1 at least 2, maybe 3 times on Spartan Warrior. And like I say, for a long time he was the number 2 of the original jump course behind Double Ump. Competed on my course once. I believe Ump managed to convince him to do a run. He was in tournament 6 of my course, and that is his only other appearance in jumping outside of Spartan Warrior. But again, because we have to judge space on a very limited amount of appearances. I'm going to put space near the bottom of B. He's going to be a low B, but if you can clear stage 1 on Spartan Warrior, that's good in my book, considering there was only about 5 people that ever did it, or 5 different people that ever did it on Spartan Warrior. This next competitor is Spartan Walnut. A massively I feel like I keep saying underrated for a lot of these guys, but this is in my opinion, he is an underrated, an underrated regular in Halo jumping. He competes in most courses that he can. He shows his support. Only got 1 stage 1 clear. That was on Sonic's course, according to my notes. But he always shows up whenever he can, basically. Is that enough to get him quite high? No, but we'll still put him in. We'll put him at the bottom of C. All right, I'm going to save some time with this one. This guy is Spencernator. This is the Aoki of my course, and he is the worst competitor on this whole list. Never cleared a single obstacle on my course. Failed the first obstacle every single time. He is the Aoki of Ninja Warrior of Halo. And we're going to move on. Next up, we've got Sunnyside Splash. This will be a controversial pick, but I think if Sunny doesn't get to the final stage on Rog's final tournament, I'd be putting Sunny somewhere in the low to middle C's. Because he got to the final stage on Rog's course, I'm going to put him next to Cobra. I know it's still probably controversial that Cobra's in C, but I think Sunny came good right at the end of Halo 5. The problem is, it was right at the end of Halo 5. Like he had success, but everything before that was crap. Might seem controversial. Again, only my opinion, but I think Sunny's on the rise. It's the same as Cobra. He's in C now, but he's on the rise, and he's going to get higher and higher. Oh, I could have, yeah. As the sun, yeah, it's a good one. Hey, anyone... Oh, in fact, you know what? For some reason, I got it into my head that Jake was in the chat, but he's not. This is Super Ninja Jake, aka Jake Gyllenhaal, but you can't really tell because they've chopped off the top of his face. Super Ninja Jake is probably also a C. The thing that lets Jake down is he's got a lot of stage 1 clears, but very little stage 2 clears. I know he's got stage 3s on Booker's course, and the big reason why I know that is because that for a long time was the one thing he had going for him on Halo jumping. The fact that he could get to stage 3 on Booker's course, but couldn't do it on any other course. Jake's a middle of the road kind of competitor. He's very good at stage 1, actually, yeah. But he needs to work on those stage 2s. Alright, we're getting towards the end now. We've got, I believe, 10 or 11 names to go. SwanTron97, aka Sauron Sucks. A way better gamer tag. Sauron is a B. He was by far and away, at one stage, the best... no, sorry, not the best. The most consistent competitor on Rog's course. He was never the best on Rog's course because there was always an ump or a Smokey that was ahead of him. But Sauron was easily the most consistent competitor at one point on Rog's course, and was able to transfer that success onto my course, onto Smokey's course, and of course set up abs, which I think is a hugely influential course, more influential than people give it credit for. Swan's a B. Whoever it was that mentioned Taco Guy way back at the beginning when we got to Booker, ranking Booker. This is Taco Guy 117, another classic competitor from back in the day. Spartan Warrior competitor. Competed in a few Spartan Warriors, I believe. And then competed, I want to say, 6 times on my course? 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 6 times on my course. Really sucked ass at the jump hang. He was not good at my jump hang. But he did still clear stage 1 twice. Got to stage 3 once. That was on his debut in Tournament 4. He broke through just at the right time because Ree then got total victory and then the course got hard. I already did Smokey. Smokey, we were very brief with Smokey because I'm going to talk about Smokey later. But Smokey is here with the Smokey Bacon. But Taco Guy, since we're still talking about food, bizarrely, Taco is... he's probably another one that's at the bottom of C. We'll just dump him here for now. Again, you can only go off of so much because he's only got like 10 appearances in his entire jump career, and at least 3 or 4 of them were Spartan Warriors. Bottom of C. Talking King. Okay, Talking King. 6 stage 1 clears in his entire career, 4 of them on Rog's course, and 2 of them on abs. I believe one of those 2 on abs was a Halo Warrior clear. But I remember he cleared stage 1 in abs 20, and Swan couldn't believe it, especially after the whole Cheatgate incident. But, yeah, Talking King... Talking King's probably going to be a C. But, I mean, he's got more success than a lot of guys, so we'll just put him here for now. But, again, we'll sort them all out later. We're almost at the end now, so we can start sorting them in a minute. Ump double ump. So this is an Oompa Loompa. And for those that know their jump lore, they may recall... Oh, Atlantic! Would you like to see where you are? Atlantic, this is you. This is a picture of Atlantis. You're in A right now. Anyway. For those that know their jump lore, Ump... the first time Ump ever did a jump course on Spartan Warrior, It's My Yard said, okay, next up we've got this guy, Ump Double Ump. It's a stupid name. And then he just starts singing Oompa Loompa Loompa Dee Doo. Because obviously Ump sounds like Oompa Loompa from Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. This is about the 3rd Charlie and the Chocolate Factory reference we've managed to get. yeah, Ump is S, and he's probably somewhere between these two. We'll put him here for now. Yeah, I mean, the longest serving competitor in Halo jumping history. He's obviously had multiple gaps in that time where he stepped away from jumping for a little bit and then come back. But the lure of jumping always brings Ump back, and pretty much there isn't an entire point in his whole career. You know, he's got a career, success, then a little gap. He comes back, success, then a little gap. He comes back, success. Yeah. Urban, what have we got left? 7 names to go. Urban Angel. Oh yeah, sorry, Sonny. When I say crap, I don't mean. Chumpy, you're gonna have to go and rewatch the whole stream to get what these pictures are. Tricky made a good point. It's confusing if you don't know who all of these people are with these pictures, but yeah, if you'll either have to go and rewatch the whole stream to know who's who, or if you want to do the stream if you want to do the tier list yourself, like I say, after the stream's over, I'll put a link to this page in the Discord, and then I'll put another link showing who's who. Like this guy is Spencer, this guy is Gary, this guy is Danny, this guy is Beth. I'll say who's who. Yeah, Sonny, yeah, I don't know if I used the word crap. I just meant like you started off slow. It's the same as Sonic. Like Sonic's career started off slow and then he got good. And I think it's the same thing with you. I think the difference with you, Sonny, is that Sonic had more time where he was successful, whereas you kind of shot into your success right at the end of Halo 5. You went from like this, and then here's the end of Halo 5, and just before we hit the end of Halo 5, you hit your success point, or you start getting successful. Anyway, sorry. Urban Angel. Ninja War of Halo competitor. Only has competed 5 times on my course. Made it to stage 2 3 times. Made it to stage 3 twice. But one of the most bizarre one-off appearances ever. He was a Halo Reach competitor, hence this picture. Did the first Halo 4 tournament and failed stage 1, and then looked like it was it. He was gone, never to be seen again. And then MCC comes around, and then me and Smokey are just chilling one day in a party together. And then this guy suddenly shows up, does a run, gets stage 3, gets 2nd place, and then you never see him again. So, yeah. Urban Angel is again, for limited amount of appearances, it's difficult to rank him. But in 5 appearances, he does have 2 stage 3s. And if we put Chronic in B, I kind of have to put Urban Angel in B as well. So, yeah. This is a Frenchman. Jesus Christ. This is Yovgost, another classic competitor from back in the day. Competed in my first ever tournament on Halo 3. He was also in the first 2 Halo Reach tournaments, and then he also did, I think, 4 Halo 4 tournaments. Yeah, Yovgost, very limited success, but he did still have success. And you got to remember, this was in an era when there was no such thing as practice. There was only 1 attempt. Yovgost is probably a C, but he's probably near the bottom of C. We'll leave him there for now. Volcanic Crowd, Taiwanese competitor. I have huge respect for Volcanic in a similar way to Joker Jams, because of the fact that he's from Taiwan, and there's, he's the only Taiwan competitor ever. Yeah, I think, and much like Avows, he took the long way to get success. But then he didn't give up. He kept going, and then he finally got that success. Having said all that, I do think Volcanic is basically a less good version of Avow's. So Avow, even though Avow's was B, I'm going to put Volcanic in C because those 2 stage 1 clears are his only real successes. But Volcanic is still... I've still got huge respect for Volcanic. This is Vulcan, obviously. With I hate the tier list chopped off the hand. I can't do the hand thing. It's really difficult. I'm doing it. There you go. You can't even see. There you go. Vulcan. Vulcan is A. I don't think anyone can dispute that. Vulcan has been around for a long, long time. Vulcan's been around a long time. Had a lot of success. Got final stages to back it up. The one thing that lets Vulcan down is inconsistency, but we'll get onto that when we start sorting through the A's. Alright, 3 to go. This is Weapon Matt. First of all, obviously rip Matthew Perry. But lol to this joke. Anyone who's watched Friends will know what this picture is. And know the story behind it. And it's very funny. Weapon Matt. It would be... Okay, so... When I first made this list in June 2022, I think initially I had Matt in A. And then after I did that, he then won Chumpy's course again, won Sonic's course, got to the final stage on Smokey's course, and yeah, Matt is not C, he's not B, he's not A, he's S. Matt, again, look, we'll get onto it in a minute when we get to the S's, but Matt is just... Matt is Matt. Matt is a beast. Wolf Ninja. Apparently, according to Google, this is what a Wolf Ninja looks like. Wolf Ninja, I guess. Wolf Ninja has got 3 stage 1 clears in his career, all of them on Rog's course, but he has an infamous record of sucking at the salmon ladder. I think Wolf Ninja's probably going to go in C. Excuse me. I'm looking at my draft list right now, and I can't actually see where I put Wolf Ninja on my initial draft list. Where is Wolf Ninja on this list? Did I put him in C? Where is he? Did I just miss Wolf Ninja? Where the heck is Wolf Ninja? I actually can't see where I've put Wolf Ninja in my own draft list. Did I like miss his name or something? Or did I just include someone twice by mistake? I don't know. Okay, but either way, Wolf Ninja's a C, so... Yeah, that's what's going to happen. Tricky. And then last but not least, even though technically Snoz's gamer tag is also a Z, here's our last Z, or our only Z on this list. Mr. Z Master, or Z3 Master, or as we know him, Z Master. Underrated Brit. Someone that did a random who started his jump career with a random appearance on Smokey's course on Halo 4 because he was I believe he was a spiteful custom games guy. Did a random appearance, didn't come back again till the MCC. Got to stage 3 on tournament 14. Then disappeared again after MCC. then came back again, then became a big part of halo jumping for a long, a good 3 or 4 years, and now has gone back to being disappeared again. Although Z is very in and out, but he's very rarely on these days. Z, for all his inconsistencies with appearances, Z's done enough to be a B. Yeah. Z has had maybe not as much success as he would have liked, but a stage 1 clear on Rog's course. He's just had his stage 1 clear on my course. Multiple stage 1 clears on Smokies, including 2 stage 3s. I can't think if he's ever had any success on any of the new gen courses. But when Z puts the time in, he can deliver solid results. Alright, and that gives us our 100. But now we got to sort through all these to figure out our ultimate list. So, with that in mind, I'm going to try and refer to my draft list as best as I can. But it's going to be very quick to sort through these because they're already in order. Puma, this is you here, Puma, the Warhog. Can you see this picture? And do you get the reference? If you've never watched Red vs. Blue, you won't get this reference, but someone in the chat can explain it if you don't get the reference. Okay, so starting at the bottom, these are already in order because there was only 4 in each. So Spencernator is the worst competitor of all time. He's never cleared the first obstacle. Then we've got Gary, Danny Boy, Beth. Gary is just the troll. He literally is the most inconsistent competitor for showing up to do courses. He's in it's like if there was like a pie chart of the amount of time Gary spends in parties with in the jump community parties, and then how much he competes in tournaments. It's like 99% in the parties, 1% competes. Yeah, so Gary's there. Danny Boy is the hang glider man of my course, and then Beth was lucky if she ever cleared a first obstacle on a course. Then we've got the Chief, Mumbles, Atom Lad. You could maybe swap these two around, but just for the sake of variety, I'll put Atom Lad in the middle. Atom Lad, the Mr. Octopus of my course, and then Foamy, who is just the #1 regular these days in Halo jumping. Just always shows up to the course to have fun and no expectations to succeed. We've got 18 names to go through in D. And my logic was basically anyone that's in D that's cleared a stage 1 before is at the top of the list, and then it's everyone else after that. So we've got Clannish, Safe, Darkwall. Who's this? Oh, this is Sneak Killer, isn't it? Yeah, so these guys that cleared, I think Cheesy's got 11 stage 1 clears and honestly could be in C. But for how long Cheese has been a competitor, I think he's underperformed, and I think he should be doing better than he has actually done. So he's at the top of D, but it could make a case of putting Cheese in C. But I'm keeping Cheese where he is in D. Then yeah, what should we do after that? You know what? I'm gonna swap Jante. Jante was a long time supporter of Halo jumping, and his tournament 19 clear was kind of his crowning moment in Halo jumping. And then Drew, Adrift only had that one-off clear, and it was a long time ago, but it was similar to Jante. The difference with Adrift and Jante is that Jante was around for a lot longer, and also obviously had a lot more courses to compete on, so Adrift there. I'm going to put Bubba ahead of Lord of Vu. I could have sworn Lord of Vu has cleared a stage 1 on a course before. If he hasn't, then he should probably be like somewhere down here, but I feel like he's cleared a stage 1 on a course somewhere in the past. I just can't remember which one. And he does have a very unique story of the fact that he competed in the first ever ROG tournament, then disappeared, then ROG invited him back, and then he came into Halo jumping again off of that, and there was like a what, 5-year gap between appearances. Okay, I'm going to start sorting these. So we've got Yard, Ninty, Ironbug, Alex, Demi. I'll put Kenny here. Kenny, Superman, Dark Wall, Real Deal. Oh no, sorry, that's Sneak Killer, isn't it? Dark Wall, Sneak, Real Deal, Sneak Killer, Shift. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. Yard is just below all of these guys. All of these guys here have cleared stage 1s, and Yard is just underneath that because obviously of his impact in Halo jumping. And then this is everyone that's like been a regular competitor at some point in their time, but just never cleared stage 1. And incredibly, Ninty's at the top of this list. All right, the C's. I think probably the best way for me to do this is to just sort them into my order and then maybe try and talk through them because this is in a very jumbled up order. I think Kink, of all of these competitors, Kink is easily the worst of them that's in C. Like, there's a case that you could make that you could swap Cheese and Kink around, but I'm going to stick it as it is and just keep Kink at the bottom of C. Red Apparition can go there. Where's Hook? Hook only cleared stage 1 once, so I've got to put him quite low. Red. As much as it's cool that Red Alice is the first ever... oh, are we really 3 hours in? As much as it's cool that Red Alice is the first ever... is the only woman to clear stage 1. Yeah, it only gets you so far, I'm afraid. Walnut. I'll put Alchemist ahead of Walnut because I just think Alchemist, if he'd stuck around as a jumper, could have been way more successful. Sakeshi, I'm sorry that you're this low in C, but you only ever had one stage 1 clear, so you've got to be quite low down, I'm afraid. Yovgos, Neil, yeah, that's probably about right. Taco guy. Yeah. I'm probably being very kind on Taco Guy here, putting him ahead of Pandas and Cam, but he had success and got to stage 3 during a period when very few people did get to stage 3. Where is Longshot on this list? Which one's Longshot? Oh, it's this guy. Longshot can go here. Sorry, Booker. I'm putting you... In fact, you know what? You're literally right in the middle of C. Where's Jake? Jake also... you know, actually, Noodles I'm being too kind on. Noodles got a stage 3, but he's got very little else to talk about. Oh, you know what? Sorry, I completely forgot about Volcanic. Oh, you know what? I'm so dumb. You know what? I take it back, Booker. You're a lot higher. There's so many people here that I've completely missed or like forgotten that I put them in C. Volcanic, Reshiram, yeah, you're better than Reshiram. Talking King, I think you're better than. And then, oh, okay, I know why Wolf Ninja got messed up. It's because I've included Longshot twice on my draft list. So, Wolf Ninja had 3 clears in his career. Longshot had 7. So Longshot's going here, And Wolf Ninja... Where's Wolf Ninja? Wolf Ninja goes there. That's why Wolf Ninja was not on my draft list, is because I wrote Long Shot twice for some reason. Booker, Jake, Noodles. Where's This is Destiny's Pro. Destiny's Pro, yeah. Black Ops. It's probably quite kind having Black Ops this high, but he has got a final stage, and I'm pretty sure he's the lowest of anyone that's got a final stage on this list. Asians has been a long time competitor, and he was a big supporter. Bradley, again, debatable even having Bradley in C, but I think just for the fact that he kept jumping and gave up by the end of his time. Yeah, but he's at the top of C. And then these four guys, you could honestly make a case for Irish, Cobra, and Sonny all being in B. Duster was a long-time servant to Halo jumping, but I think I'm pretty happy with how these guys are. Alright, B is the tough one because there's 30 names to go through here. I can already tell you straight away, Campy is at the bottom of B because he's only got one appearance to go off of. Same with Mighty Master, one appearance to go off of. But Mighty gets the jump on Campy because Mighty did better than Campy in Tournament 17. Chronic Shroomy, you've only got 3. So this is where even though I was being kind by putting these guys quite high in B, this is where it works against them because they've got one appearance, about 4 or 5 appearances, and then about 9 or 10 appearances. Like, this is not enough appearances to get any higher than the bottom of B. And actually, by that logic, I've got to put Joker Jams quite low as well. But I'll put Joker Jams ahead of Urban Angel. Probably just on the basis of the Japanese link. Snowman, you can probably stay quite near here. Space Vortex, you may be a Spartan Warrior OG, but you've got to be quite near the bottom, I'm afraid. And then it gets quite tough. I think I'll swap Sleepy and Nuramak around. Ooh, here's an interesting one. Z or Avows? You know, this is where you guys can have an opinion. Z or Avows? I think Avows has just done enough to jump Z, but that's debatable. You let me guys know your thoughts on this one, Avows or Z, and then I'll come back to it. BJM. I forgot about BJM. BJM, again, only 2 appearances to go off, and I'm really breaking my own rules. He should be down here. But just because of the fact that he's got a record that's never going to get broken, I'll just put him in the middle of B. You think Z? Anyone else? All right, Z's ahead of Avows. Sorry, Avows. Oh, and in fact, you know what? This might be a controversial pick. Oh yeah. So Z's ahead of. So it's right to left is worse. So the guys that are on the right are the worst, and then left is getting better, and then back to this. So that's why Spencer is on the far right here at the bottom because he's the worst, and then these are the best. So yeah, Z is now ahead of Avows. I know I'm praising BJM for putting him this high, even though he's only got 2 appearances to go off. But I'm now going to use the opposite logic to put Jop just ahead of BJM, because even though he's got the total victory, he's got literally 5 appearances in his whole career. Yeah. As much as he's got the total victory, Jop couldn't have cared less about it. Now we're getting on to guys that are literally being judged based on their consistency and how long they've been around in Halo jumping. I would say Expose. He dropped off a cliff. That works against him. Honestly, Sane. As much as I'd love to put Sane higher, I think, again, lack of consistency really drops Sane down here. This might be a hot take, but I think I think I'm going to put Chris here, there. And where's Paddy? I'm going to put Paddy just in front of her. I think these two are very close, but I think Paddy just has the edge on Chris, because when Paddy was at his peak, his personal best was like the end of the vertical limit, whereas Chris's peak was similar, but just I think his was also the vertical limit, but Paddy got that a little bit further on the obstacle. Again, actually, you know what? You guys can pick this one, Paddy or Chris. I suspect you guys are going to pick Chris, but I think Paddy had the better success when Paddy was at his peak, and I think Paddy's also had a success across a lot of different courses. You guys can pick this one, Chris or Paddy. Pixel's probably good where he is. Mighty Max, we'll put him about here. You know what? I completely forgot. Spiteful, yeah, this is as high as you can go. I can't justify you putting you any higher. Epic Landlord. Look, I said the story about Landlord earlier. Tricky, it's your turn. Pick between Chris or Paddy. Which one's higher? Spiteful and Epic, I kind of forgot about them, but I'm going to put them here. Spiteful because of the streak and the record. I don't know if it's right to judge Chris ahead of Paddy just on intros, but okay, I'll take your word for it. We'll go for Chris. Chris over Paddy. Yeah, it's maybe debatable putting these two guys this high, but Spiteful, for the fact that he was the only person to get that streak of success on Halo 4 that no one else got, and as I said earlier about Epic Landlord, the influence he had at the start of my course, which technically means the influence he had in Halo jumping, yeah, it massively cannot be underestimated. Where's Elite? Elite, you can go here. Swan, I haven't forgotten about you. In fact, you know what? You guys can pick this one. Killer or Swan? Which one should go higher? Because I think Killer for his longevity, but I suspect you guys might be thinking Swan because of his final stage on, or his consistency on Rog's course. I think Killer has shown more consistency on multiple courses, but Swan has largely only shown it on Rog's course. So you guys can pick this one as well. Swan or Killer? You know what, Dom, as much as I'd love to put you higher, I think it's got to go like this. I think it's got to go Soul doesn't have the success, but Soul has the longevity that I think the only two people that's got longer longevity than Soul is Phil and Ump. And Soul does have some success. Okay, it looks like you guys are coming to the decision of Killer, so I'm going to stick with Killer. Soul, Dom, and then I think I'm pretty happy with the rest of this. Soul, Epic Landlord, Elite. In fact, all of these guys really are in the high Bs because of their longevity. Killer has also got the consistency as well. Dom is just for the fact that he had a hugely impactful. He was hugely impactful during the time when he was involved in Halo jumping on both my course and Smokey's course. If he was only impactful on just my course, there's maybe a case to put him lower. But the fact that he was able to do it on Smokey's course as well, I think justifies putting him this high. Sonic, maybe debatable having Sonic this high up, but again, Sonic's course, I think Sonic's course is actually very underrated, and I think Sonic really grew into his own as a competitor by the end of Halo 5. And then Snars, I mean, yeah, like these last three guys, Snars longevity, support network, like the biggest supporter of anyone on the sidelines. Rog for his course. Even though his results, in my opinion, have underwhelmed, I think Rog could have done better on his results. His course alone, I think, gets him up here. And then Cyrus, I'll be honest, maybe you're a bit lucky to be the top of B, but you do have the total victory, which I don't think there's anyone... Does anyone else on this? I don't think anyone else in B apart from Jop. Yeah, maybe you're a bit lucky to be this high, Cyrus, but... Yeah. In fact, you know what? Actually, hold on, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we've got 8 in S and 8 in A. So that's 16. So, yeah, 17, 18, 19, 20. Ooh, you know what? Hang on. Ooh. No, okay, you know what? I was toying with moving one of these guys at the last second, because whoever is in this spot will get the last spot in the top 20. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I'm going to keep it like this. Yeah, I think we're happy with Bs. All right, As. Here's where it gets tricky, and you guys definitely need to provide your opinions from this point onwards. I think... this is what I'm thinking. We got Gotenks, Phil, Petrillo, Flame, Puma, Vulcan, Atlantic, Joey. That's what I'm thinking. Gotenks, his success has largely been on Smokey's course, but he has had success on other courses and has been a long-time competitor. Phil, obviously one of the longest serving jumpers of all time, and obviously got the total victory on abs. Petrillo, again, maybe Petrillo's a little lucky to be in the A's, but I think he's the perfect example of someone, if you put your everything into practice and like competing and wanting to do your best, Petrillo is a great example of it. He had a hot start to his career and he's had success pretty much on every course. You see, I'm toying with that as well, but the problem with it for me is that, yeah, that's the problem, is that Phil's at least got it on abs, Rog's course, my course, and in fact, you know, Andy got it on Smokey's course back in the day, whereas Gotenks has had it on Smokey's course, my course, a little bit on abs, and that's about it. Because then, like, if you take into account all the other courses, like these two, I don't think either of these two have ever cleared stage 1 on Chumpy's course. I don't think either of them have ever cleared stage 1 on Flame's course. Neither of them have ever cleared stage 1 on Sonic's course. I don't even think Phil's competed on Sonic's course. Neither of them have ever even competed on Tasque, to my knowledge. So if we look, so really we have to judge these two just based on the big three plus abs. And technically, Phil has done it on 4 courses and Gotenks has done it on 3. And you know what, that actually kind of plays into Petrillo's game here, because I think Petrillo, he's done it on Smokey's course, he's done it on Rog's course. I don't know if he's done it on abs, but abs is kind of tough. He's a grand champion on Flame's course. He's had success on Atlantic's course. He's been to the final stage on Sonic's course. He's had success on Booker's course. And then I think Flame is just that little bit better than Petrillo. I mean, these two both got to the final stage together in tournament 20 on Rog's course. And even though Petrillo did better, I still think Flame had the stronger tournament overall. Plus, I just think Flame has been that little bit more consistent across his whole career, across every course than Petrillo has. I think the only blot on Flame's record is his inconsistency on Smokey's course. And then Puma, if anyone, like I say, if you guys want to offer your opinion... Yeah, Phil did fall off a little bit early, I'll give you that, but it's tough. I think this list as it is, this order for the A's, is pretty. I don't think anyone's debating. I don't think anyone's debating Joey not being at the top of A. He's got final stages galore, and the only reason he's not in S's is because he's only like he's not even 3 years into his jumping career at this point when this list was made. Taking into account the total victory on Irish's course, like Joey could be an S like now as of the total victory. I think Atlantic. I think Atlantic gets it over Vulcan because Vulcan is just that little bit too inconsistent on a lot of courses. The only reason I'm not putting Joey in the bottom of S is simply because I don't think I can justify having a guy that's only been around for less than 3 years. This is really difficult because this list only covers up to the end of 2022. I know obviously it's 2023, but this list only covers up to the end of 2022. So, and Joey obviously only joined like early 2020. So I don't think I can justify putting a guy that's only been successful for like 2 years in S. But this is like this top of A is basically bottom of S, because if he was here or if he was here, he's still going to be 9th overall on the list. Like, it doesn't really matter which tier he's in. I think he's just fine where he is at the top of A. But no, sorry, in terms of the others, I think the thing that gets it for Atlantic over Vulcan is Vulcan's just that little bit too inconsistent on some courses, especially Smokey's course. Whereas I think Atlantic, the only problem Atlantic's really had in his entire career is sucking at jumping spiders on my course, or well, sucking at jumping spiders in general, to be honest. But I think Atlantic's had enough success to be sort of on a level playing field with Vulcan, and maybe the thing that just edges it is his consistency and also his course. I've had to take into account his course with this one. I think I'm pretty happy with this, with A as it is. I don't think you could make a case for maybe these two being the other way around. You could maybe make a case for Flame and Petrillo being the other way around. I think Puma is just about fine where he is in the middle of A, and then maybe you could make a case for Joey and Atlantic. Vulcan and Atlantic being the other way around. But I like this as it is. I think. Okay, S. For the sake of time, here's what I think for S. Drago, Buddy, Ree, Hunter. Yeah. Okay, that actually was pretty quick. Drago, I think, for all the success he had back in the day, on my course, Ree was always better than him, and on Smokey's course, Buddy was always better than him. So I think Drago has to be beneath them. Buddy, I think the difference between Buddy and Ree is that when Ree was competing, he gave his all into every run he did. When Buddy was competing, you never knew what you were going to get with Buddy because of his, whether he was focused enough or interested enough to put the practice in. And it showed with the fact that Buddy's in S tier, and rightly so. But this is a guy that has failed the first obstacle on stage 1 before. He's got a second obstacle fail on stage 1 before. And both times... Yeah. But, yeah, he was number 1... Well, he was he was the number 1 competitor across the first 6 tournaments, yeah. But then he didn't get the job done, is the problem. Buddy did. And, he got the total victory. I don't think I can justify putting Drago ahead of Buddy when Buddy just outperformed Drago on Smokey's course. And, look, it's difficult to judge Ree because we've only really got 2 courses to go off. My course and Spartan Warrior. And then, obviously, a one-off appearance on Smokey's course. I know he obviously had those 2 stage 1s on Smokey's course on Halo 4. But it's still limited. It's still there's way less appearance. There's way less courses to judge Ree on compared to. Oh, there's way less tournaments. Sorry, to judge Ree on compared to Buddy. And if you look at Ree's record on, in fact, this is probably the best way to look at it. Look at the record on Buddy's best course was Smokey's course, and he's got like, I don't know, 12 appearances. In fact, I can do the math in my head. Let's just do it. Buddy's got 11 appearances. In those 11... Oh, I wasn't saying put Drago above Buddy. Oh, right. Sorry, I see what you mean. Yeah, Buddy's got... I think Drago is right to be an S, but I don't think he can be ahead of any of these guys. Buddy's got 11 appearances on Smokey's course. In those 11 appearances, I think he's got 7 Stage 1 clears. Ree's got 14 appearances on my course. He's got 10 Stage 1 clears. So 10 out of 14, 7 out of 11. 4 Stage 1 fails each. So they're pretty even. But of the 4 Stage 1 fails, Ree got to the 5th obstacle. Ree got to the 5th obstacle every tournament he was in, including the ones where he failed Stage 1 4 times. Whereas Buddy... his 4 Stage 1 fails includes a first obstacle fail and a second obstacle fail, and the only reason he had those 2 fails is because he did the tournament, but he couldn't be bothered. He really didn't care how he did. Like, he was basically showing up to make the numbers, and when that's your grand champion, yeah, I'm not sure. Stage 2, I think Buddy's 6 out of 7, Ree's 10 out of 10, so you have to give it to Ree on that one. And then Stage 3, they've both got 2 Stage 3 clears, so they're pretty much even on that front. And then obviously they both got 1 total victory. Ree came up just short, by 1 turret on his failure. Buddy obviously did come a fraction of a second short. Is there anyone else in chat apart from Tricky that thinks that Buddy should be ahead of Ree? Because I think Ree's done enough to. I think Ree's done enough to be ahead of Buddy. And another way to look at it, actually, is Buddy has runs where he didn't really care and just showed up, and then, it showed in the results with his failures, his early Stage 1 failures. Ree shows up for a one-off appearance on Smokey's course and manages to get to Stage 2. With limited practice. Okay. Booker says... So Tricky says Buddy. Booker says Ree. I think Ree as well. I mean, it's close either way. But I do think Ree's just done enough. He's It's incredibly close when you look at the numbers on it. Like... Buddy's got a final stage on Smokey's course and Rog's course. Ree's got a final stage on my course and Spartan Warrior. Yeah. I think it's so close that the only thing that does it for Ree over Buddy is actually their worst performances rather than their best performances. And Buddy's worst performances are far, far, far worse than Ree's worst performances, and Ree's worst performances came on Spartan Warrior, where practice was just not a thing. Well, we can't make them equal because you can't do that on tier list, and this is meant to be a 1 to 100 run order. I'm going to leave this as it is. We've spent so much time talking about this that we haven't even talked about that I'm here ahead of these 3. Which I think is right, but again, I don't want to big myself up too much. I think even though I haven't got the total victory, I think I've done enough to be ahead of these 3 guys, but below these 4 guys. With my consistency, the fact that you put me on any course and I can beat Stage 1s, maybe Stage 2s. Obviously, I'm not at my peak anymore, but when I was at my peak, obviously Halo Ninja Warrior, Yeah, 19 in a row. I hadn't even that hadn't even popped into my head. So thank you. And then obviously everything that went on, everything with my course. Again, it's something that maybe I could do a video on, but we didn't know where jumping was going after Spartan Warrior got cancelled, and I couldn't have known back then when I started up Ninja Warrior of Halo on Halo Reach. I couldn't have known back then just how much it would have played a role in jumping, but it was, yeah, it was hugely influential. Yeah, sorry, I'm talking too much about myself and I don't really like it. So I think, yeah, I'm just, unless one of you guys think I could be ahead of one of these four guys, could I be ahead of Matt? I don't think I should be ahead of Ump, and I definitely don't think I should be ahead of these two. But I don't know. Between me and Matt, I think Matt's got it over me. I think Matt. Where's Chumpy when I need him? Chumpy's the biggest Matt supporter there is. I mean, how many total victories has Matt got? Two on Irish's course, two on Chumpy's course, one on Sonic's course. Is that it? 5. He's got 2 final stages on Smokey's course. Yeah, and then obviously the rest of the courses, like Flame's course. Flame's course is probably not including abs. Flame's course is probably the weakest course that Matt has consistently competed on, and he's still an all-star, I think, on that course. My course, my course. He's only got the 1 stage through, but he's obviously only got limited amount of appearances on my course. And then Rog's course. Actually, you know what? Yeah, Rog's course. Rog's course. I take it back. Rog's course is probably the course that Matt is the most inconsistent on, because he's had success, then he's had periods of not being good, then he had success again, like tournament 10, 11, 12, then he had another period of stage 1 fails, and then he's picked it back up again with more success. Oh, really? Has he made it to stage 3 10 times on Flame's course? Okay, then I take it back. Matt's worst course is easily Rog's course then, or his most inconsistent. Even though we're bigging up all of Matt's results, I still don't think I'd put him ahead of Ump. I think Ump's longevity, the problem Ump's got is you can only judge him. We can only judge Ump based on the courses he competed on, rather than the courses he chose not to compete on. Because again, obviously, there was when Chumpy's course, Irish's course, Flame's course, Sonic's course, when all these courses came around, he did like 1 tournament on each of them and then didn't do any more, like for a long period of time. And I think it's unfair. This is going to sound weird. I think it's unfair to judge Ump for not competing on these courses to put him below Matt. But at the same time, I think it's also a reason that Fireball is ahead of him, because Fireball did show up on all these courses, and pretty much on a vast majority of them has been successful. Like I said it earlier, the turnaround Fireball has produced on Irish's course is absolutely phenomenal. To go from where he was, struggling with stage 1, and because he puts in limited practice, and in the middle of Irish's second era, like that tournament 6, 7, 8, 9 period, it showed. Fireball's lack of practice showed with early stage 1 fails. And then something clicked after tournament 15 and he figured out how to do it. And now, like, Fireball's like top 3, top 4 competitors on Irish's course. Yeah, Ump has a lot of final stages, to be fair. That is true. Just on Rog's course alone. He's got the final stage, obviously, on Smokey's course. Loads of stage 3s on my course. Obviously helped set up Abs, another course. which I suppose technically that's something that Matt doesn't have over him, the fact that Ump has a course and Matt doesn't. That card would be quite difficult, Booker, unless you want it to be on stream. I can check it, but the stream will see what you're saying. How long have we been going? We're getting pretty close to the end. Okay, come on, we can get this done in under 4 hours. Oh, yo! Oh my god! How did I forget about Weapon Warrior? It's because there hasn't been a tournament in like so long. How did I forget? There hasn't been a Weapon Warrior in like 2 years, but how did I forget about it? That's so bad! I'm so sorry, I take it back. Fireball's the only one out of this group, out of this top 5, that doesn't have a course. Yeah, is anyone disputing Smokey is number 1? Like, even though Matt has more total victories than any of these guys. Even though, I mean, Ump actually, I'd have to do the math, but how many final stages does Smokey have? No, you know what? I was trying to debate whether Ump or Fireball had more final stages than Smokey, but no, Smokey's got 3 on my course. 2 on Rogue's course. For some reason, I thought he had 3 on Rogue's course for a second. Then 2 on Rogue's course. 2 on Chumpy's course. Has he got 1 on Flame's course? This is bad. I don't actually think maybe I need to write down a record of like all the different final like who's got the most final stages and on what course they've got them on. Maybe I need to write a record down of that. Yeah, I know he's definitely got 2 on Chumpy's course. I was wondering about. Oh no, yeah, sorry, no. I was about to say he's got 1 on Irish's course, but that's on Infinite, so that doesn't count towards this. I think I'm happy with how this is. I think I'm now set on this as well. We debated about Ree and Buddy, and really we've debated about Matt and Ump, but I think everyone else, you know, I think Fireball gets it over Ump. I think what Fireball's achieved, and the fact that he can just do it on pretty much any course. And I think it comes a lot easier for Fireball than it does for Ump. We're not talking by much. Like, Ump can still perform the way Fireball can, but I think it's just that little bit easier for Fireball. Yeah. I think I'm pretty happy with this. So the only thing that's left to do is write it. So this is the official Halo Jumping 1 to 100 list. I'm going to type this as quickly as I can, and then we'll close out the stream. Unless anyone has any final thoughts about moving somebody else into a different position. Specifically in S or A, because obviously we can't go through B. We can't go through B, C, and D again because there's so many in B, C, and D. You know what? This doesn't work because I can't see everybody. That'll have to. Yeah, you know, I can squeeze. There you go. That works. Now we can see everybody. Shift makes the first 10. Sneak Killer, Real Deal, aka Nat Mills, Dark Wall, or Car Crazy Scott as he's also known, HNW Superman. So yeah, let's just consider this. Oh no, sorry, no. So it's so it's 1 to 100, but it's like run order. So this is the ultimate run order. If this was like a Sasuke tournament or something, is what I meant. So it's not number 1. So yeah, Smokey is number 1 on the tier list, but that means he'll just be number 100 on this. Kenny, I believe, is next. Then Demi, Alex, Ironbug, Ninja. Oh, you know what? You probably can't see this properly because my camera's in the way. Hold on, let me just move the camera quickly. Magic. It's my yard. Makes number 20. Lord of Ooh. Yeah, so I hope you guys have enjoyed this. This has gone on for a little bit longer. I just how do you spell his name? Is it this? I just 46, 47. Yeah, well, sorry, I'm still talking. When really I should be focusing on typing to speed up this process. Cheese is 26. Kink Sparkety. Red Apparition. Oh, no. Luke Skywalker is actually quite low on this for a pro player, but oh well. Red Alice is number 30. So you'll be in the top 20, Cyrus. Definitely. Clever Alchemist. But yeah, this stream's maybe gone on a little bit longer than I would have liked, but it's still been, in my opinion, a great success, and it appears to have gone all fine on the on the audio side, the connection side. It hasn't lagged as far as I can tell. No one said that it's gone bad. Pandas for life. Taco guy. Oh no, Wolf Ninja. Yeah, I almost did it again because I wrote long shot twice. Hey, Volcanic makes number 40. Yeah, could you imagine? Well, it'd be a hell of a long tournament because most of these guys are fucking... Oh, that's my first F-bomb of the whole stream, I think. Most of these guys are bloody good, so could you imagine? Especially like the last 20, like the last 20. You imagine how long that would take for stage 1? Long shot Booker. Wait. Hold on. Did I mess something up? Booker, long shot, Talking King, Reshiram, Volcanic, Wolf Ninja. Oh no, okay. So for some reason I thought I missed someone. Super Ninja Jake. Okay, so yeah, Super Ninja Jake didn't make the top 50, but can't have it all. It's still early days for Jake's career compared to some of the people on this list. Asians. Bradley is our number 50. Oh, did I say it earlier in the stream? Fuck! Duster Buster. Duster starts off the back 50. Sunny Side Splash. Here's a funny game, actually. Which one of these first 50 do you think could be our first clear? Realistically, based on if they stepped up to Infinite now, and obviously people like this guy, this guy, this guy, I mean all of these guys have never probably even played Infinite before. I think Sunny might actually be the first clear, realistically, out of all these people. Oh, sorry, I said shit earlier in the stream. I think, okay, and maybe Jake could be the first clear if this was the ultimate run order. Then Cobra. Irish. Not Crown Ferret, I'll always know him as Irish. 1200. Phase Campy. Oh, we should probably move up a little bit. We're getting there. We're more than halfway now. Mighty Master. Some of these people, honestly, when I look back on it now, some of these people, like putting Mighty Master and Chronic Shroomy next to each other, two guys that are just at complete opposite ends of the spectrum. A rando that competed once. A rando that competed once on Smokey's course in the first Halo 5 tournament and then produces the best newcomer performance we've seen in like 9 years. just behind a rando guy that was a part of this little this little community during the Spartan Warrior days. Like, imagine what some of these guys are doing now. Like, they've just got normal lives, but they were a part of this. They were a part of this niche community. Sorry, I'm doing it again. I keep thinking I've missed someone because I'm trying to talk and type at the same time to keep this interesting. Sleepy Slayer, Avows, Z Master, BJM, Chop, Expose. Seen the legend. Yeah, in fact, I will put it. Legend. Paddy freaking. Paddy's at Paddy's number 70. Maybe a little fortunate. Someone like Spiteful and Epic Landlord. Epic Landlord's number 75. He would definitely suck ass if he was stepping up as number 75 on my course. Swantron 97. Oh yeah, that's a good point. We just have to say we lost number 96. Yeah, I think I'm 96, 95, 96, something like that. Killer. Well, yeah, just Killer. He's Spenny, but again, I know him as Killer. Soul 1025. Soul just misses out on number 80, but Dom does get number 80. Sonic cracks the top 20. Snaz. RPG 445. Tricky Cyrus, you are number 84 in the run order. And then it's Go Tanks. Could be better. My caps has been slightly botched here, but oh well. Petrillo, Flame is 88, Puma is 89, Vulcan cracks the 90s, Atlantic is 10th overall, even though he's not called Atlantic Champ anymore. Joey Davis, 92 is still fine for Joey. Drago, Buddy, Re95, Hunter Unit 751. Yeah, I know. I didn't type. I just was trying to, for the sake of time. Weapon mat. Some of these I haven't spelt their actual name. Double Fireball. And last but not least, Mr. Smoky Massacre. And that is it. There you go. That's it. Oh, it doesn't show the whole thing. Damn it. Oh, well. Well, here you go. That's the run order. And that's the stream. We did it, guys. We've been going for like 4 hours almost. But this was fun. And something a little bit different to celebrate 16 years of Halo jumping, even though this stream was a year late. Oh, you know what? Okay, hold on a minute, Booker. Can you see? Hold on, I'll just scroll down. So here's the whole list. I'll try and find you on this list. There you are. Number 44, Booker Taco. Just behind Super Ninja Jake. And then here's more people. Sonic just cracking the top 20. And then... Oh, my camera's in the way again. Damn it! And then I gotta move the camera again. So you probably couldn't see the first. You probably couldn't see the first set of names because the camera was in the way. But there you go. There's the first 39. Then here's the next group with Booker. 74. Yeah, there's Sonny. It's not meant to be an exact spelling, these gamer tags. It's just writing your name, nothing more. And then here's the top guys. Tricky at 84. Atlantic just cracking the top 10. And then Joey, Buddy, and then, yeah, me just in the top 5. And then Matt 4th overall, on the podium. Fireball, silver medal. Smoky Massacre on the top step, as you'd expect. Yeah, I might post the notepad. I might also post a second notepad showing who is who, like this picture is this person, etc., etc., so that if other people want to do their version of the list, they can do it and then copy and paste it and put it into the Discord as a comparison. But yeah, this was a long stream, but it was good fun, and as I say, it was something different, and who knows what we might do if we do anything next year, but we'll definitely do something for the 20th year. I can't say for certain if we'll do something for the 17th, 18th, 19th. Maybe for the 18th year anniversary, I'll go out drinking or something with... I'll fly to, I don't know, America and get drunk with Ump. Because bloody Halo Jumping is 18 years old and it can drink now. But yeah, I could definitely... Let's just say maybe I've already got an idea for the 20-year anniversary. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, I hope you guys have enjoyed this, and yeah, here's to 16 years of Halo jumping, and here's to many more years of Halo jumping. And until next time, guys, I'll catch you later. Bye, guys. Here's to 16 years.